Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, bringing you a transfer deadline day special. And we have a lot to get through, a lot of business happening now as the window does heat up. And of course, we are joined by co-host Jack Kinnicky and Sean from Let's Talk Spurs. And we actually do have a guest in the building, Mr. Dagan, and we will get to him straight away just to find out what exactly is going on down at Hotspur Way. Brian, my man, how are you keeping?
Well, sorry, David, the sound is really, really bad here. Let me just move somewhere where I think you might get better sound. But, of course, a tractor would pass me in the middle of right in the middle. So, yeah, how are you boys doing? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you good, my man. We can hear you good. What's going on down there? What's happening down there at Hotspur Way, Brian?
Us down there at the moment, I've just come away. They're all shouting and screaming. Well, they're not shouting and screaming right now, but I don't know if let me see if I can get a bit closer before the megaphone goes off. There's about 15, 20 of us, and there's been good numbers. People have come on their lunch break and had to go back. We've got all the banners out everywhere. Well, let me see if I can just get a screenshot of. Let's have a look if I can get people in now. As you can see behind us, there's about 20 of us here now. Big Dell, you say hello to Big Dell, everyone. So, hey. And you can hear the cars honking everywhere. So
Saturday road here.
Yeah, Big Dell. How far did you ride down here from on your bike?
It's only half an hour, but it was worse than doing 2 hours down the canal the other day.
There you go. So
this is in good court, so
you know. Exactly. So the numbers are starting to come. And as you can hear, we've got the megaphone going now. Daniel Lee, me and Ryan went to pick up Josh, and Daniel Levy came out, and I missed him again. So no. I don't know, David. Had you said anything? What I told you?
No, I haven't.
David?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So I let David know earlier. Two things I can tell you. Very early in the day, Japhet Tanganga and Dele Alli left the club. And I don't mean left the club as in they are blatantly going somewhere. There's got to be deals on. Definitely for Dele, we're hearing. But Tanganga left even earlier. So it looks they're two out. I've seen a tweet from Paul O'Keefe that apparently it's those two, and only if a miracle happens are more coming. But obviously today is just rumour mill day. You never know what's going to happen. But there's a good few of us, more than there ever has been. There's loads of banners out, and I would take you, but I'll show you later on. But I've got my battery bank covering my camera. Actually, let me show you this way. If I can go this way, without getting fucking run over. The things I do for the Irish Hotspur and Jack and everyone in the Irish Black Cap Army, the things I do, I put my life on the line. 1 second, I'm just going to turn it this way. I'm just going to walk past it so you can see. So, I was able to get one over already. 1 sec. So we've got we've got the big banner that you can see there.
That's the big one I've seen.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah, and then there's this one. And then there's this one here. And then there's Mr. K. I don't know if you can see him. Let me try. Can everyone see Mr. K?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Mr. K. There's a few more people coming, so the banners are over there with the people that are there. But like I said, it's just waiting to see now what happens. Obviously, there's another exit over there that we're not at. The players could be coming in and out. Obviously, we don't know if any incomers have come. But from what we're hearing at the moment, it looks like it could be only Kulusevski and Bentancur.
Yeah, Bentancur.
So yeah, that's what we're looking at the moment. But there's been no players coming in or out, and the players that have come in have gone.
Yeah, and of course, Brian.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, of course. And Brian, if there is anybody out there that is thinking about coming down and joining you, what time will you be there until?
Till the window shuts. Till the window shuts at either 11 p.m. or if knowing our luck, he'll put that 2-hour extension in, and it'll go on to 1 a.m. So I'll be here till 1 a.m. So either way, when the window shuts, I go, and so do a lot of others. of course, people are coming and going at different times. There are a lot of people planning to come straight after work. Obviously, people have got work commitments. And yeah, there are a few people obviously on Twitter in the morning, oh, the Levy Outs haven't said they're there. And we're just waiting. We're just waiting because what's the point of just putting me holding a banner, because then it starts all the trolls. So we got the banners out and said we're here, and now more and more people are coming. So if people can get down, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours or however long you can, get down, because we're not going anywhere. And there you go. There's so many cars now that are just screaming Levy Out. There's a large, but I'm not going to mention the business because obviously I'm not going to get their business in name, but a very large business driving up and down here. We've got about 25 people in our office, and we're finishing early to come down and join you. So there's going to be numbers the longer and longer the day goes on. And the thing is as well, if it only ends up being those two, and Delhi, Tanguy, Hill, just to name three, go out, well, we've weakened the team. We got rid of 3 players, brought in 2. So these 2 players may be very good, but if let more go out than come in, it's not a good sign. So we'll have to see what happens. But as you can hear, cards. If anything happens big or anything, how long are you going for, David?
We'll be going till about 6 p.m. Are you there?
Just at work, mate.
Right, guys.
You're looking for a new manager.
So yeah. So like I said, what I'll do. What time are you going live till?
6 p.m. Brian.
Okay, so I'll try and pop in and out as often as I can if there is anything. But until now, I will just give you a Levy Out. And as always, wait.
Yes. You're Shotspur.
So yeah, so Levy Out. See you later on, boys.
See you, and
Gotcha,
best of
Brian.
luck, boys. So there you have it. That's a live update from the protest there from Mr. Daigle. Anyone that does want to get down and join, like he said, he will be there all day until 11 p.m. tonight, till 1 o'clock even, he said, if there's an extension on any deals. And you know what? I believe him. But look, before we get in and ask Jack and Sean how they are, we'll just take some comments, see who is in the building, and then we will crack on with some transfer news as well. Salary Agent says, oi, big up David and Jack. Let's finish the window with a bang and add some quality signings. Big yourself up, my man. I hope we do. Look, you know, they say we're done, but we're getting players out. I'm just not convinced we're done yet. Daryl Denton says, I thought we stopped during doing quantity over quality. Yeah, well, we have. We've got 2 in. I think 2 quality players, my man. 2 quality players. Yasan Shakur is in the house. Ben Kaufman says, let's get ready to rumble. Big up, Benji. We also have Cara Simpson. Afternoon, all. I hope you are well. Do you think we will add to the 2 to be confirmed today? Look, I would say hang in there for 1 more. I know a lot of people saying no, but with the players out, hang in there for 1 more. I am, certainly. William Preddy says, let's get 1 more signing. Exactly, my man.
Big up, William.
Dark Song G's in the house. He says, come on, you Spurs. I'm happy about our 2 signings, which are quality in my opinion. Also, Paratici is a god for shipping out Tanguy, which I thought would never happen. And yeah, look, just let me give people the latest on the 2 signings, and then we'll get Jack's thoughts and Sean's thoughts. Dejan Kulusevski, of course, is the first one. And this morning, Dejan Kulusevski did successfully complete his medical. The deal has been signed between Tottenham and Juventus, and everything agreed between the player and the club. This deal will be announced sometime this afternoon, we're expecting. And when it comes to Rodrigo Bentancur, Fabrizio Romano has said that Tottenham director Fabio Paratici has struck an agreement with Juventus to bring the Uruguayan to North London. Spurs will pay an initial 19 million euros with a further 6 million euros in bonuses. That's 15.8 million pounds and another 5 million pounds in bonuses, taking the deal to a total of about 20.7 million pounds. He is expecting, and that's about 25 million euros. And he is expected to sign a 3.5-year deal at Tottenham Hotspur, taking him to the summer of 2025. Jack, you know, starting with Kulusevski, you know, actually both of them, what can they both bring to this Tottenham squad, Jack, that maybe we're lacking or missing?
I think, if anybody has any doubts, if they already have, the Dark Sun G, certificate of approval, Dave, I think that, actually goes quite a long ways when you do think about it. When, Dark Sun G practically kind of, like myself, probably knows every footballer, out there in the Serie A. And if he has that certificate of approval, I think that probably says a lot about the signings. To be fair, Dave, with Kulusevski, I think with Kulusevski, it's a player that I kind of thought at one stage in time almost was too much of a talent to really ever come to Spurs. Maybe because this whole Allegri situation, which has caused a lot of players that normally kind of were really being trusted before by previous managers. Allegri has kind of shaken up the squad a little bit. It just seems like kind of certain players that you thought would never be in trouble all of a sudden kind of aren't playing again. Players that maybe didn't play before are now all of a sudden playing again. It's kind of just shaking things up over at Juventus. And that has meant that players like McKennie at one stage were kind of, being kind of considered leaving. Now he's back into the team. Kulusevski was one of those players that also kind of all of a sudden just wasn't getting any game time. And I think this is a real talent that we've actually secured. What I do like about him, Dave, is that he really can play across the forward line. If anybody kind of doubts this as like, I know we kind of talk about getting the second striker. I feel like Kulusevski for the time being could actually kind of fill in as that second striker. We have Bergwijn, who we know can fill in as a second striker. And we have Kulusevski, who can fill in as a second striker. And we have Son, who can technically do it. And technically, I guess Lucas could as well. I know those aren't all convincing number 9s, Dave. But like when you do think about it, that's what I kind of like about Kulusevski is that he's still able to play across the forward line. And we saw him do that with Isak, with Sweden, up top. He was able to kind of do that 4-4-2 quite well and just play and kind of vibe with Isak up top, which I think went really well for him. I think this is a talent that I previously thought, Dave, kind of like in the Chiesa sort of kind of talent that I thought was honestly too big for Spurs. So I'm really happy with the Kulusevski signing. The Bentancur signing, I think we'll probably break down maybe a bit later. But I will say, just to finish, Dave, the Dark Sun G certificate of approval goes a very long way.
No, absolutely love it. And Sean, my man, what's your thoughts on the Kulusevski deal? Of course, Big Kulu, the big Swedish guy. I absolutely love him. I'm a big fan. I'm going to start singing that song, Kulu, 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 Kulu. Do you know that one that they do for Yaya Toure? That's the new Kulu song.
Kulu,
but Sean, my man, what is your thoughts on this deal?
Listen, he's been my number 1 pick all window. I think I was mentioning him back in like mid-December. I think the guy's an absolute superstar. I think he will listen. Like everything in life, right? There's horses for courses, and it's always like whenever you're reviewing like decisions you made in not just in Tottenham or football in general, but anything, right? Like people who make a decision and then regret it because it didn't work out the way they'd planned. I think that you always have to remember there's no point in having the regrets because regrets are based on if you made a decision that didn't work out, you're presuming that if you hadn't made that decision, then everything would have carried on the same timeline the way it was going. And the one thing we know in life is certainty. And is that one thing that know enough about certainty is that nothing lasts forever. And so there's no point in regretting decisions. But sometimes when it comes to bringing it back to football, you sign players in for certain systems, for certain managers, for certain formations, and players that looked good under one thing or gave you high hopes, suddenly under another system, another league, another group of players. There's a million variables that dictate as to why something works out or something doesn't. With Kulusevski, he looked like he was an absolute hot prospect a couple of years ago. Then under the new Juventus system, he started to get there. The same with Bentancur, but I feel like he is a match made in heaven for the Premier League. Looking at him, I feel like, to Jack's point, he can play anywhere across the 3. I also think that he could actually step back into a creative midfielder. If you look at him in detail, the weight of his passes are like sublime, and he can play off both feet. He can cross the ball. He can shoot. He can do long passes. To me, I've seen him do everything in the short time that he's been in the position at Juventus. He's only a youngster. He's Swedish. Swedish people generally do quite well. Scandinavians generally do quite well in the Premier League. I think from what I've heard, he's a nice person. He's a good personality. He's a bit of a character. So I think he'll fit well into the Tottenham mold. I am over the moon. Sorry, it's too late to swear. I'm over the moon that Tottenham have gone about it, whether by hook or by crook. People were disappointed about the Diaz thing falling apart. And a lot of the people that don't want to see this as a positive will point out things like, well, it's just Paratici going back to his old club to find a solution because the pressure was on and Diaz was the first choice. If you check the tape, I always said that I didn't think Diaz was the right player for us anyway. Kulusevski was. So whether it came about by accident, by fluke, by hook or by crook, we've got the guy that I wanted. I think he's going to be an absolute monster. I think he's going to fit the Premier League. He's pacey, he's tall, he can head the ball, his passing off both feet, his touch, everything about this guy for me breeds me with supreme confidence. And now we've got more options because he can play anywhere. It allows other players that we have that also are adaptable, like Harry Kane. Maybe now he can step back if need be into a slightly more deeper role and utilize his passing skills. And we put Kulusevski up. Either way, I think what Conte has now is options up front, which will make us less predictable and give other clubs less of an ability to be able to plan and have a strategy in place because they won't know what Tottenham is going to play, how they're going to play, and who they're going to play against. And I love the fact that we've got this kind of, Flintoff-esque from the cricketing world all-rounder that can do everything in the final third of the pitch. I think it's going to be a superstar signing, and I'm chuffed to bits.
Yeah, look, first of all, cricket is shit. I don't like cricket, to be honest with you, Sean.
Fair enough.
But look, when it comes to Kulusevski, look, I'm absolutely over the moon with this signing. I'm chuffed with it. I hear a lot of people saying, does it really add to the squad? Is it what we need?
Yes.
Look, what I would say is much like the two boys are saying, he can play all across the front three. He can play up front. You can drop Kane deep. It gives us so much options now, in the forward line. But not only that, it gives Lucas competition for his place, who's been complacent the last two games. And even if he doesn't start, it gives us a game changer off the bench. It gives us a load of different options, and I'm absolutely buzzing with this signing. And I believe it's an 18-month loan. The Kulusevski one is an 18-month loan with an option to buy. But if there's certain targets met during, then it turns to an obligation to buy of something like 33 million, I believe. So I mean, it's not like the guy is coming in just here for until the end of the season. He's going to be here until the end of the season and next season, so he's definitely in the plans, and in my opinion, and it's probably one that maybe we weren't looking to do this window and probably were looking to do further on in the summer, because we had reports leading into this January transfer window and earlier on in the window that Tottenham were looking at this guy. But the fact that they've managed to get Vlahovic and they've managed to get Sakari has freed up these two players for us to be able to go and get. Look, I definitely think it's an opportunist deal, but I definitely think it's a deal that's going to work out in Tottenham's favour. And again, we don't have to pay for another year and a half. You know what I mean? So it's not really going to, it shouldn't really take away from the summer budget next summer, which is absolutely brilliant. I just want to take this comment before I take Dark Sun G's comment. Josh Barrett says, big up, lads. Out of the other couple of teams fighting for top four, we're the only club to strengthen the squad. United, West Ham and Scum all losing players and not replacing them. Come on, you Spurs. And that's an important point that I do want to get onto a little bit later in the show. So just hold that, my man, Josh. That's a great way of looking at things. And Dark Sun G says, I love how the Gooners only loaned out players, laugh my ass off. I'll be honest with you. I would expect Arsenal to probably do a bit of late business this window with the amount of players that they've shipped out. I would expect something to happen for them this window. And I know all is very quiet at the minute over there, which is great. I mean, bit like the stadium on match day, it's perfect. But, I just think they will do something. I do think they have something in the pipeline. But if they don't, they're rightfully screwed, and they have taken themselves out of the top four running altogether. I just want to give people a bit of news that is going on today. So we've brought you the one on Dejan Kulusevski and Rodrigo Bentancur, of course, confirmed, due to be announced in a little while, but are confirmed. Everything's done, paperwork, deal agreed, all signed off, contract signed and everything else is done. He's just waiting to announce it. And it's a bit like what I said he'd do all week, that he was going to wait till deadline day. Even yesterday I said it, this won't be announced, or 2 days ago, Saturday night, I think, streaming, we were saying it. I said this won't be announced to deadline day because he wants the Sky cameras to be focused on the new signings and not the protests. So he was always going to hold out today. Levy tactics. Lo Celso, Villarreal are in the right, have been in a race to sign Gio Lo Celso. Emery wants Gio at Villarreal. It is rumoured to be Gio's preferred destination. The last we heard was Villarreal and Tottenham are in talks. It was just about how much wage they were going to cover with an option to buy. But it was, and the last I checked, it was all above board, ready to go. But Villarreal had to find an option for one or two of their squad before this one gets announced. So this is one that could go down to the wire. Bryan Hill, the deal to take Bryan Hill to Valencia has now been signed off by both clubs. It is a straight loan until June. No option to buy or extend the loan deal. Gil has arrived in Spain to sign the contract and is set to be announced this afternoon. And I just want to say good luck to Gil Messi. And I will see you soon, my friend. It's not goodbye. And we will talk a bit on that one as well in a little bit. Tanguy Ndombele, this is honestly, this is the best bit of business this window. And this is why Dom Paratici gets his name. Ndombele to Lyon is a done deal. It's a 6-month loan deal with no loan fee, with an option to buy for 65 million. Absolutely genius piece of business. Now, yes, it still takes up for them having to buy, but my thought is we still owe them money for the Ndombele deal, so it's not going to actually cost them 65 million. They'll just cancel what we owe them, plus maybe about 20, 30 million, I would roughly say. But my God, has the Don earned his title? You know, people have been at me all over social media, which I enjoy, by the way. You know, he's not cooking anything. Yes, he is. He's cooking Endom fat ass all the way to Lyon for loan option of 65 million. Basically recouping what we spent. Absolutely love it. What a deal that is. And the latest on Dele Alli, like Brian was saying, Dele Alli did leave the training ground earlier this morning, and that is more than likely a deal will happen for this guy. Tanganga, it was rumoured this morning, but he's not going anywhere as far as I understand. Dele Alli, there have been rumours of Valencia looking to take him on loan, but in the last hour or so, Everton have come to the fore looking into the possibility of doing a permanent deal. He has 2.5 years remaining on his contract. He's only made 6 appearances this season. With the World Cup coming up around the corner, probably, you know, his last chance of probably getting to a World Cup, I would say. This is one that could very much be a goer between now and the end of the window.
Yeah.
And another out is Harvey White. Hull, Sunderland, Luton and Portsmouth are all pursuing a loan deal for the youngster Harvey White before tonight's 11 p.m. deadline day. So that is all the latest I have for everybody on all the transfer news at the minute. And we will, of course, keep you updated throughout the day as it goes on. Dark Sun G with another super chat. He says, Man United lost their 2 best players this month. In my opinion, Donny and Mr. Prisonwood. So they should have a very hard second half of the season, I hope, for one more signing. Just on that, I mean, I wonder what's in the water up at Manchester. I'm just saying, you've got Mendy, you've got Greenwood, and you've got Gylfi Sigurdsson, all up from the Manchester area, all up from the same sort of area. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, what is in the water up there. Yeah, and Donny van de Beek actually on his way to Everton today.
Yeah.
But look, I can see why they'd allow that one to happen because they're in a relegation battle. They're not in a top 4 race. It won't affect United whatsoever, this one. So I can see why that one happened just before any Spurs fans decide to go mad and throw their toys out of the pram on that one. And look, you know, and we'll get into this, Dark Sun G. And like Josh was saying as well, United haven't signed anyone. Arsenal haven't done any business. West Ham haven't done any business. They were going for a strike from Benfica today, being told it's not happening. We've done business. We've shipped out players, right? In Giovanni Lo Celso, Ndombele, hopefully Dele Alli, and Bryan Hill. Now, Bryan Hill is a bit of a different one. Look, I don't think Conte fancied him or thought he could make the impact that Conte necessarily needed. So we loaned him out rather than let him sit there and rot. But when it comes to getting Ndombele out and Lo Celso, like we're hearing today, that's an incredible bit of business. And look, I know Brian was saying that if we get out more than what we've brought in, we've weakened the squad. No. I actually disagree with that.
Yeah, I disagree.
Same.
My opinion is we're talking about getting rid of players that haven't contributed to the squad whatsoever. So they're not a loss, but we have brought in 2 players that will contribute in Bentancur and Kulusevski. Players that will add something. Players that will put other players in the squad on their toes. They'll be looking out over the shoulder. For the next few weeks, intensity in training should be high, especially in those positions, because players wanted to keep their positions and these new signings wanted to take them. So it definitely is a win-win for Tottenham Hotspur. I mean, Jack, what's your thought? What's your feelings on it all?
I mean, it is kind of that. It's that whole kind of warm body sort of kind of argument, Dave, where it's like at the end of the day, like, they're bodies that can be used. Like if you lose, a body in the squad, you have to replace it no matter what. And I can see how, I think kind of, just logic wise, I could see how that kind of makes sense. But actually, in terms of football, Dave, I really don't feel like it really is always that practical or that easy. You kind of think about it. We are trying to get rid of not only players that don't contribute anything to the squad, but also probably detract from the actual squad culture, from the actual squad unity, from, the manager trying to get his points across, from the manager trying to build a bit of camaraderie with the players. These sort of players not only detract from us on the field, but they also detract from us off the field. So I feel like we have to sometimes take that into consideration, where just getting rid of them is a victory. Doesn't mean that we have to just all of a sudden replace them because they were so toxic to the team or so toxic to the dressing room that you just have to replace them. That's what you should be focusing on first. And if you do get rid of them and send them to some other dressing room where they'll cause the same sort of problems, I think you should kind of look at that as a bit of a victory before you look at that as kind of a loss, in my opinion, Dave.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Sean, what's your thoughts on it, my man?
Yeah, you know how I feel about Brian. I love him to pieces deep down as a person, but I don't agree with his stance on the Levy out thing. And I do think that, not necessarily him, but I do think that people within the Levy out brigade, you can't put a sweeping brush across everybody, but I think there's certain elements that will look for any reason to find what should be interpreted, in my opinion, as reasonably good news as a way to see it as bad news. And I don't think you could argue that we're weakened. I think, to your point, Dave, Dele Alli is someone that we all wanted gone. Like, everybody wants him out.
Well, everyone bar Alex Davies.
Okay, everyone bar Alex. Ndombele is someone that everyone, as you call him, Ndombele. Everyone wants him to be gone, right? Levy in, Levy out. Everyone wants them gone. But because it's deadline day, all of a sudden getting rid of them is we're weakening the squad. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so if we can get rid of them, I also think that, like I say, like I've been saying for ages, like I think I don't even understand it entirely myself, but I'm pretty certain that most people don't understand the realities of the 25-man squad. I asked you guys a question the other day, does Brian Hill fall into the 25-man squad, or could he be put into the under 21s and then used again, right? Like I don't know if anyone got an answer. I'm not entirely sure who understands that ruling. I think that Brian Hill was loaned out to Spain because, it's one of these things where when you're short on time and long on players and you're trying to get players in and you don't know, like you can't move someone in before moving someone out because Daniel Levy's the sort of guy who doesn't want to have sunk costs with players that can sit on the bench for 6 months. But maybe there wasn't any action coming from Premier League clubs for Brian Hill, right? I think your question was about Brian Hill originally, right? And so, if the conversation around trying to get Brian Hill to a Premier League club was not advanced or anywhere near advanced enough to a stage where there was a likely candidate for him, but at the same time we've got these 2 guys coming in, and we didn't know what was happening with Ndombele, we didn't know what was happening with Low Shit Show, we still don't know what's happening with Dele Alli. Then, like, you got to imagine that Paratici's sitting there with his plates spinning in the air and he's trying to keep them all going. But at the end of the day, we're running out of time, and him going back to his home was a more easily advanceable story that could get things done before the deadline. And so whilst I agree that sending him back to... I am right. The question was about Brian Hill, wasn't it?
No, it was about the deal. No, but I do. No, look, while we're talking about it, like I do.
Sorry, I thought.
No. Look, I'll put the question to you again in a second, but we'll just talk on Brian Hill for a second. Look, when it comes to Brian Gil Messi, if we couldn't get him out to an English club, I'm happy enough to get him out somewhere at least, just to get the football to develop him. We don't need to stagnate him. We don't want him playing under 23s games. He should be out there playing first team football. I would have liked Premier League, maybe Championship. Could Championship clubs afford his wages? Not sure. Do Premier League clubs want him? Probably not. So, just getting him out on loan is good. But Sean, what we were talking about is like business that we've done so far up until now, which may I add, there are reports of Tottenham maybe going in for Isaac, the Swedish striker who has been in London. I'm not sure how true that is.
We were talking about, Dave, but we were talking about Paratici's ability to actually get rid of players, and like, is that a success getting rid of players? Yeah. And some people would say we've gotten rid of so many that's actually hurts us. Okay. I think you can make the argument both way, and I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so that's where I was coming from. With we have got the one player we have got rid of so far. There's a confirmed done and dusted is Brian Hill. And I think the reason I brought him up was because...
And Tanguy, because Tanguy's landed in Lyon. He's not even in...
True. Okay, so I think everyone's happy that... everyone is happy that Ndombele is gone. And with Brian Hill being the other confirmed, like, I know how we all feel. We all gave him nicknames. Everybody on the comments gave the guy nicknames. We all have high hopes for Hill Messi, for Hildrich, for all those guys. But I think that the reason why he's gone back is because of the short, your long options short on time, and that's the reason I mentioned Brian Hill. I think that I don't want him to go back to Spain because we already know what he can do in Spain. But I just feel like if you wanted to get these two players in and maybe somebody else, then you have to ship players out. And whilst none of us understand fully what the 25-man rule entails when it comes to foreign players that are actually 20 years old that could fit into the under 21s, if we still need to get rid of somebody, then Brian Hill was an easy player to get rid of. I'm not happy with it, but I understand it. I'd rather him go into a Premier League level team or a Championship team to get used to the English pace and the strength. But if it means that we can make things happen, then I'm happy. And when Brian or anybody else says that we're a weakened team because we've only signed 2 in and we're getting rid of 3 out, I still disagree, because hopefully the 2 of the 3 players we're going to get rid of are players that we didn't want anyway. Brian Hill.
Poison. We got rid of Poison, and I think you have to kind of celebrate that in itself. I know you want to replace them, but just getting the Poison out is a victory in itself. William Kelly here saying, is Bentancur just another Højbjerg? I kind of see where he's coming from because he's kind of his best attributes are defensive attributes, Bentancur, but I would say he's a bit more mobile than Højbjerg, a bit more kind of agile as well. And then my other thing is that, kind of to the comment that's a few up from there, in the case of Bentancur, the guy's been at Juventus for 5 or 6 seasons. He's played, in huge Champions League nights. He's won titles with Juventus. He's played as a mainstay. He's been that ball winner for their team for quite some time. He's been the Højbjerg of Juventus. And when you want to think about it in that sort of way, that's actually quite an esteemed or quite an elite sort of level when you think about it. If you're the big ball winner from Juventus, if you're the guy that they actually depended on for some time to do a lot of that defensive work in their midfield, I think that says a lot about the player. So maybe he might be similar to Højbjerg and Skip. At the same time, though, he's played at a much higher level than those two, which I think says a lot about the player. So Jack. William Kelly, I see what you're saying, but I could spin it and make it kind of seem like actually he's the Højbjerg of the Champions League, whichever you want to make of that at the end of the
Jack,
day.
is there any truth in your knowledge of him, or Dave as well, but is there any truth that I heard people saying that he actually has the ability to play at centre-back as well?
I think he probably could. He's probably mobile enough to be able to do it, but I haven't seen him ever play centre-back.
Okay.
I've never heard of it as well. Yasin Shakur is also a new member. Big up Yasin Shakur as well. He's saying he wanted to get, I think, a better membership, but Yasin just, we'll be catching you tomorrow. Hopefully we got a lot of warm seats, Dave, that we got to keep up. A lot of people have become members recently. So I would say it seems to be flying off the shelves, the membership. So everybody will be catching you tomorrow. We'll go as long as you need us to. Regarding all the transfers, regarding the future of Tottenham Hotspur. Expect the fan show tomorrow to be a big one. So Yasin, hopefully we see you there. Dave, you're on mute, my man.
You're on mute, buddy. Come on.
Sorry, I just want to say to William Kelly as well, my man. Can you email me again, man? Just email me your number again. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether you gave me the right one or I took the right one down, but I can't find you on WhatsApp. So if you can email me again, that'd be awesome. But Yasin, my man, hopefully we do get to see you on the fan show tomorrow. It's going to be a long one. So, if you want to get on early, get in there early. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, keep moving. Darkson G says, Bobo, Sissoko, and now Tanguy gone at last. I mean, honestly, thank God. Really, thank you. I mean, Bobo and Aurier could barely do the basics of football, which is control and move. And Tanguy's another one that couldn't, or control and pass the ball. And then Tanguy and Ndombele is another one that could not even do the basics, which is mobility and moving about. I mean, he came to the club not fit. I mean, it's absolutely embarrassing. At our Premier League club, we have images of our manager, Jose Mourinho, running around the apartment block with the guy just to try and get him on the field. It's absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah.
And thank God he's gone. Look, as much ability as the guy has, we can all sit here, cry and moan, all the ability. I don't care. He has done nothing for Tottenham Hotspur, couldn't get himself on the pitch and is not in the right frame of mind. If you don't have the mentality, then your ability is never going to shine. And that's as simple as that. And thank God, Endon fat ass is gone. But I do want to touch on a bit later on with the boys how much of a good deal that is actually for Tottenham. The 65 million buyback and how much of a Don Paratici is. But we will get onto that in a little while. But Brian C. Socrates says, lads, I'm getting delusionally optimistic about the window. If we do get the problem players out, and if our 2 new signings were indeed approved by Conte, I think he has another one to add to that.
Big up, Brian.
Excited about the signings from Juve because every player has 2 ceilings. There is their own natural ceiling, and then there is their ceiling under Conte. In Conte, we trust. #level up.
Yeah,
Brian
buddy.
Socrates is absolutely buzzing over these signings. And that's what I like to see. Look, I know some people are going to say, Spurs fans getting excited over 2 signings, pathetic, this, that, and the other. We have to remember a lot of the reason why we were pissed off this window is because of no signings. The fact that we've signed signed players, I'm not going to sit there and, are they good enough, this, that, and the other. I mean, you look at the business, getting players out that have been problems, not contributing, and getting players in that are contributing. No matter what way you look at it, it's adding to the squad. Bentancur, correct me if I'm wrong, is he not a Serie A winner? I think he's won it.
Yeah, he's won Serie A, Dave. I think he's won at least 2 or 3. He's won at least 2 or 3.
He's been there. He knows how to win titles. Kulusevski, he's a guy that rose through the ranks. In there, he was at Parma for a while. He had a good spell there. He was doing well at Juve, and then look, change of manager, he's not fancied. Just because he's not fancied, it doesn't make him a bad player.
It's horses for courses, Dave. Horses for courses, mate. You look at Harry Winks, right? Harry Winks under Nuno and Mourinho was useless. Harry Winks under Conte, well, he's still maybe, but I mean, like, there's certain players, and there's a million examples of this. You pick any team. When the manager changes, when the formation changes, when the energy changes, players that were once forgotten about can like Phoenix from the ashes can rise again. It doesn't make them bad players. You can put square pegs round holes sometimes, and I think Kulusevski is going to be a game changer. I think he's going to be a fucking game changer.
Socrates is right, though. I mean, there is actually every player's natural ceiling, and then there is the ceiling under Antonio Conte. And you can only say that with so many managers, actually, to be fair. And it's it's almost conventional wisdom, it feels like, at this rate, Socrates, where we all know that Antonio Conte can actually kind of, almost morph a player into something that is much better than they ever will be, or much better than they ever are. We've seen players have their best ever sort of spells in their entire career under Antonio Conte. Lots of very average players as well. I mean, the people talk about the Victor Moses situation, but you even think about their other wingback was Zappacosta, and Zappacosta was a very average wingback that actually played extremely well under Antonio Conte. We saw some of the best years of David Luiz under Antonio Conte, who could be like an example of like an Eric Dyer or whatever. There are people who have a higher ceiling under Antonio Conte. You're spot on, Brian. Honestly, as always, an absolute philosopher, sees things in the best sort of way, sees things in a very sort of I don't know, three-dimensional sort of way. Honestly, he's playing 4D chess, Brian C. Socrates says. But as well, I approve of the two new signings. And if Antonio Conte is approved of them and Dark Sun G is approved of them, I think those are three certificates of approval there. Socrates, that's all you need, my man.
Sorry, just to come in there, people that may be wondering about the Amrabat deal, it's come out that is dead in the water. That deal has collapsed. It's not happening. I presume, look, with the Bentancur coming in, we don't really need Amrabat, so it's kind of like we've got the better option in there on that one. And then it has been revealed that Tottenham did make two bids for Jed Spence from Nottingham Forest this month. Spurs made the offers last week, and both fell considerably below Boro's 15 million valuation. So basically, we wouldn't get up to 15 million for the guy. So that one looks dead in the water, and that's one that I don't think Tottenham will be pursuing today. But last minute might end up just going in with the 15 million if there is nothing else happening. And a lot of people are getting good vibes that Celso will sign on for Villarreal today. But that is the latest on what is happening right now.
There you are. Thank you very much, Dave. And also Dark Sun G and William Kelly, as well as Brian C. Socrates, really do appreciate the support. Yeah. Really do appreciate it. Honestly, great talking points as well. William Kelly saying, you're never weakening a squad when the players you're getting out have no desire to play for the team. It's spot on. And this is a classic example, again, Dave, of sometimes the Harris Army putting it much shorter and much better than we do, sometimes in the space of multiple minutes. So I will say, Mr. Kelly, spot on, my man. Absolutely spot on. And that's the whole argument about, I think, sometimes getting a player out, you need to get a player in right away if that player just didn't work out. But if that player, A, wasn't good enough to play under the manager, and then B, was also making things toxic in the dressing room as well as in the culture of the team and trying to achieve things, you just need to get them out and you just need to find a victory of some sorts and just getting those players out. And honestly, if Paratici, Dave, we did joke about this, if Paratici, and as well William Kelly will tell you, if he gets Dele Alli, Gio Lo Celso, and Tanguy Ndombele out all in one window, I don't know. Say what you will about the guy, but that is incredible work because he can't just all ship them off to his buddies at Juventus. He's going to have to talk to other clubs and get those deals done, and he's found a way to do it, so credit to him. And I completely agree, William Kelly. Dark Sun G saying, come on, Tanguy plus Dele plus Lo Celso equals 0.75 of a player, 3/4 of a player. While adding Kulusevski plus Bentancur equals 2 quality players for squad depth. One more signing will make our squad even stronger. Dave, do you agree? Do you feel like this was the whole thing, especially in the beginning, what he's saying about Tanguy, Dele, and Lo Celso? They're just 3 players that we never used. And I think that's what we have to come to terms with. 3 players that weren't actually offering us anything. And I know maybe it feels like 3 players lost, but it's 3 players lost that we never use and we don't like using.
No, look, let's look at this. We were told no interest in Tanguy and Ndombele. People wouldn't be able to afford his wages. Dele Alli, no interest. It'd be very hard to ship him on. Same as Lo Celso. All of a sudden, within the space of a few days, Tanguy's gone to Lyon. Hopefully, they take up the 65 million buyback. And that's the money that we paid for him back into the coffers. So that's absolutely brilliant. Brought him here. It hasn't worked out and haven't took a loss on him. Dele Alli, we've probably forced his hand by bringing in a Bentancur and that. And now he also hopefully decides to jump ship today. Hopefully gets down to Everton under Frank Lampard. And Lo Celso over to Villarreal. I mean, the thing is, I get it. People look at them and say, the potential, they're creative midfielders. Let's look at this. It's no coincidence that the 3 centre attacking midfielders we have in the squad all can't get into the team. Conte doesn't play with centre attacking midfielders. Every midfielder we're going to link with or we're going to get in, people are always going to say, it's like a Højbjerg, it's like a Højbjerg, it's like a Højbjerg. Because what we want is deep line playmakers, box-to-box midfielders, ball-winning midfielders. We don't want the centre attacking midfielders. We don't play that way. And I think these guys know it. And with a World Cup on the horizon, we've managed to get them out. I think it's, in terms of players out, you've got to give them a 10 out of 10 this window in terms of players out. In terms of players in, you're looking at maybe add one more, you would say. Out and ins, it's probably a 10 out of 10. But look, there is still time to go and get someone else in. But Sean, what's your thoughts on it?
I was in the bathroom when I heard the question, but if you're talking about the quality of the outgoings, the one thing I would say, mate, is like the deal. I mean, not that I know the specifics, but if the deal is true, it's just like with Ndombele there's an option to buy at 65 million. It would take Ndombele to have the greatest 6 months of any player's life to go from where he is to where he needs to be for Lyon to justify a 65 million pound bid. Like, it's an option. It's not a guarantee. There's no guarantees around it. If you turn around and said, if the guys turn around and said that there was a obligation to buy pending Lyon qualifying for this, or Ndombele scoring 7 goals or doing something, then I'd be like, wow, that's an amazing negotiation. But you could put.
But you did speak about, to be fair though, Sean, at one stage, you and I were both agreeing about how hard it would even be to pitch to anybody getting rid of the guy. Like, pitching in Ndombele is hard. So I know what you are saying is that he'll probably just end up back in our camp in 6 months and we'll deal with the same situation. Just getting him out. I think we were surprised if we could even get him out. I think if we were being honest.
It's a kick the can Ndombele. Like, it's we're down the road. In 6 months' time, he'll be back. But hopefully
kick
he
him
can
over
go.
to Liga. Kick him
May
over
I
to
add,
Syria.
May I also add? Sorry, I should have added this. It was actually Lyon pushing for that buy option, not Tottenham.
But I don't understand. Well, I mean, listen. Awesome if that's the case, but I'm pretty certain that if he has a half decent second half of the season, and Lyon say, well, look, I don't want to buy him for 65, but I'll give you 40, right? I'm pretty certain that if I was the chairman, I'd be like, thank you very much, see you again. Like, you mugged us off. We were mugged by the ignorant, right? Like, it was okay. I want to actually discuss this later as a different point, if you allow me to, about some of the scouting. Ineptitude that we have, because I think that there's a common theme around being mugged by the ignorant around we look at, I think our scout, I'll talk about later on, but I think with the Ndombele deal, I think that I can't imagine him doing enough where Lyon would say, okay, we'll pay 65 million, because I'm pretty certain that they could easily bid lower, because for a 65 million pound player or 65 million euro player needs to be a worldie. And what we know about him, he's not a worldie. He's not a regional. He's at best a local. And so I don't think I'm delighted that Paratici's done enough to even get him off the books. But as far as the 65 million pound option to buy, I think that's just, pie in the sky stuff. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I'm delighted. Either way, I'll give Paratici a high five if I see him, because he's cooked up enough interest to be able to get the guy out of our toxic environment that he caused. So hopefully with him gone, there's less toxicity and more ability to create some
feel
flavor.
like he was trying to sell an expensive pen that doesn't actually write or doesn't actually work, so he was like saying, I have this beautiful Mont Blanc, but it's out of ink. Yeah, it's out of ink. It doesn't really want to write. When you do want to write with it, it doesn't really do anything. But it's nice to look at, and it does an occasional, keep you up, and I don't know. I think it was well done on his part. But I agree with you. We'll be dealing with the same problem 6 months from now.
And that's okay,
we'll
though.
Have to go through it all.
That's
over
okay,
again.
but at that point we've got 3 months' time. We've got 3 months in the book, right? From June until September, or whenever it is, May till September. We have 3 months to be able to figure out things. Right. January is a very tough month because there's only 31 days to get everything done, and the Mexican standoff analogy. And so we'll deal with Ndombele when he comes back. Ndon, welcome back.
Do you know what? I don't think he will be back. Genuinely, look. As far as I'm aware, I think we still actually owe Lyon some of the transfer fee for Ndombele.
Yeah, we do. Lots. Of
yeah,
it,
so I reckon that'll just be wiped out. They're not actually going to have to hand over 65 million. They just wipe out what we owe them for the guy, and then I'm hoping that probably could be the case on that one. Jacob Anderson says, any news on Lamptey? Seen on Twitter that Spurs are preparing a bid for him. Thanks for the content, fellas. Also, I think Kulu will benefit with Kane.
Yeah. Yes, Jacob.
Look, as far as the Lamptey one, honestly, I do not see Brighton selling him this late in the window. I'll be honest with you. I just do not see it. Look, we were linked with Carrasco earlier on in the window, actually, today as well, I meant to say. Yep. We were linked with Yannick Carrasco, but Atletico have just put every team off that were maybe looking to do a deal. Basically not happening in this January transfer window. But in terms of Lamptey, I really don't see Brighton selling their best asset. I'll be honest with you. I don't see us stumping up 50 million to be able to, force the hand to be able to sell him today either. Sorry to put a downer on that, but I just do not see it. Jake, I hope I'm wrong, but I do not see it. And Kulu will benefit with Kane. Look, 100%, I think so. I really do. Imagine if we could get Kulu going with some assists and some goals. 6'1", good pace, strong lad, looks after the ball well. You could be talking about a front three of Kane, Son, and Kulu. It'd be an absolutely majestic front three. Players that can create and score goals all on their own. And probably a lot of interchanging good 1-2s as well. I definitely think I just think the Kulu deal will work out to be a very good deal for Tottenham. It's very easy to sit there and say he's a bench warmer at Juve. He's fallen out of favour under Allegri or whoever that new manager is there now, whatever his name is. But at the end of the day, he's done well up until he's fallen out with the manager. And he will do well, Jacob. I really do think so. And he can learn off Kane. And he'll be a player that we can keep here for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years as well. Especially if he hits the ground running, it'll definitely be good. And Harry Kane has a lot to teach him as well. So that'll be absolutely brilliant. Kavkov Damon says, Bentancur's class don't compare to the trash we have. No, 100%. And this is the thing. Just isolated to the midfielders alone. This guy is coming in as third choice. You have Højbjerg and Skip. Then you have Bentancur. Then you have Winks. He's already coming in ahead of Gio, Celso, and Ndombele. So what's the point of keeping them here? They're number 6, 7, and 8 on the pecking order. It's absolutely ridiculous. They have to go. And look, for me, Bentancur, he probably walked straight into the team. I just think with Højbjerg and Skip, he probably has to earn it. But quality-wise, he's already coming in, on the peripheries of getting into the first team straight away. So it's an improvement on what we have. We have to remember, we're not competing with Chelsea did for the rest of this season. We're not competing with Liverpool. We're not competing with City. We're way off that. We've seen that this January, So for me, who we are competing with is the likes of Manchester United, Arsenal, West Ham. Would he get into their team? Yes, he'd get into United's midfield. They have Fred and McTominay. He'd walk into that midfield. Would he get into Arsenal's midfield? Yes, Xhaka and Partey keep getting sent off. Of course, he'd walk straight in. Would he get into West Ham's midfield? Maybe that's a bit debatable. They do have Rice and Soucek, but they won't get top 4, so it doesn't matter. But the point is, he comes in and he proves us and he proves the other teams around us if he was to go to them in terms of a top 4 challenge. So for me, I think, look, I'll be honest, I think we're too quick to write them off. Way too quick. We've already done it with the signings we brought in this summer as well. Very too quick to write off the new guys.
Kavkov is right. Kavkov is right. Big up, Kavkov. Great comment.
But then sit here sometimes and then complain about why we letting Alli go, why we letting this go. I mean, just give the new guys a chance and stop, twerking for the likes of Ndombele, Celso, and Alli. They're finished. Lazy801 says, I'm very happy with these 2 signings, but I feel like we're still 1 player away from a solid shout at top 4.
Yeah.
We'll start with Jack and get Shawnee in on this one. I mean, Jack, do you think we are 1 player away from getting top 4? Or if it was to close as is now with the 2 we've got in, do we have enough to get top 4?
Yeah, big up, Lazy. Big up, Nick. I feel like we always kind of were saying well before the window, during the beginning of the window, Nick, I feel like we were kind of all saying we need at least 2 signings, practically so that there aren't riots, but also so that we basically can feel like or convince ourselves that we're going for top 4 with 2 sort of signings. But with 3 signings, I feel like that does actually show real intention of us really pushing for that top 4, as well as it's just, we do need just basic upgrades. And this is kind of the whole point with the midfield, Nick, is that with the players like Deli, with the players like Tanguy and Gio, just getting anybody practically in ahead of them that actually Conte will use is an improvement. If Conte wants to use them, then that's an improvement. He didn't want to use those 3 other players. So we sometimes, even though we want to write off some of these signings, we have to realize, if Conte wants to use them, then that is a huge victory in comparison to what we had before, whereas a bunch of players that Conte didn't like using and a bunch of players that Conte didn't trust using. And so for me, I feel like the 2 signings that we brought in, I'm very happy because I see him using these players. And then I feel like we are 1 player away from top 4. I feel like it needs to be that right wing back. I feel like we can get away with Kulusevski as that second striker. We can get away with Bentancur as another body in the midfield that can do a lot of work. We just need another right wing back. We need to get Doherty out the door. I think that should be the priority today, is get Doherty out and then get someone else in. Pretty much anyone else in. It's another example of just almost anybody would be better than Doherty. So just, get someone else in. But yeah, totally with you, Nick.
I'll be honest, I don't see any deals for Doherty between now and the deadline day. Just quickly as well, there are reports that Aston Villa are tying up, close to tying up a deal for Basuma from Brighton, with Tottenham apparently still interested. I don't think it's a player that we'll end up going for on this deadline day, just to put everybody out there. But that is the latest news circulating at the minute. But Shawnee, to Nick's point here, do you still think we're one player away from maybe having a solid shout at top four?
No, I think we're going to have a solid shout for top four anyway. I feel like everything's relative. Everything, you have to take everything into perspective. I think we have improved, and I think if Arsenal don't sign anybody and Arsenal need to sign for me to feel like we've gone backwards versus Arsenal in this, as everything stands, I think Arsenal need to sign more than one. I think Arsenal will need to sign 2 or 3, and I don't think that's going to happen. So I feel like we're going to progress versus Arsenal. Manchester United is always going to be that kind of like that outlier, the enigma that we don't really know, because they've definitely got a squad that is capable of doing anything they want, but there's just a toxic environment. And especially with what happened with the fella Greenwood, who knows what impact that's going to have. But so I don't know about Manchester United, but I think West Ham, I think they're going to be gone. Aston Villa, whilst they're making waves, for sure, Aston Villa are making waves at the moment, and maybe there'll be a threat we have to figure out next season. I think they've got too much to do this season. So as things stand, I think that Tottenham are definitely stronger than we were 31 days ago going into the final top 4 race, whatever else happens. Do I think we need something else? 100%. I'd love a right wing back. I'd also like to have a left-sided centre-back, and this is why I asked Jack whether Bentancur can play that role, because I've seen a lot of people on Twitter who claim they know the Italian league, think that he can. If he can, then maybe that role's not as pivotal. If he can't, I still think we need strength in depth in the centre-back spot and the right-wing spot. I agree with Jack that the striker, that the forward line, I think right now is good enough to do what we need to get. We've got enough options. But as far as Doherty, I actually think that I think he's versatile enough. Like he's good. He's not like he's capable. He's capable, right? He's never been my first choice ever. Just God, because I also think that the top 4 race is determined by injuries, not by signings, right? It doesn't matter how many players you sign in. If you get hit by a raft of injuries, or any other team does, that's what figures out how strong you're going to be over the final 4 months, not the 1 or 2 players that come in. And so if I actually think that Doherty he's not great in any position, but he can play in a couple of different positions. So I'd actually have him as the 25th member of the squad that doesn't play as often as possible, but that can play around the back, and do what he needs. What I would probably have rather have seen would be Japhet Tanganga or Joe Rodon, who I think is more attractive to any other loaning club. Focus on getting them somewhere, and if you can get rid of one or 2 of those, then you go and find yourself a right wing back or a centre back on loan. I think that focusing on trying to find the club suitable for Doherty is it's in a too hard basket. So
Geo news.
Some breaking news on Gio. Fabrizio Romano has tweeted Villarreal have an agreement in place with Tottenham for Giovanni Lo Celso. Final details now discussed on player and contract sides. Unai Emery is pushing to have Gio at Villarreal. Once Villarreal resolve their list problems, the 2 clubs will sign the contracts. So a bit like what I was saying earlier on, it's all set to go now, but with Villarreal looking,
then we've got space.
1 or 2.
Then we've got space. Yeah, if that happens, if Ndombele is gone, Lo Celso's gone, and Hill's gone, we then got space for somebody else. And I think that focus now needs to be somewhere across the back, ideally in the right side, or like I say, left side of centre back, but right wing back is the key. But yeah, to your point, I think that we're still. I don't think that any more signings are going to shape our top 4. I think as things stand, I think we're already better off than we were against our competition.
Yeah.
But I still maintain that I think injuries are going to play more of a factor than signings as we go through the last 3 months.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Ganesh Prabhu says Conte wanted 2 players in each position. Now we have 2 in every position in a 3-4-3, except left centre back and striker. And the obvious upgrade we need is that right wing back. No, look, do you know what? For me, the left sided centre back, I can get where people are coming from with it. But with Romero and Dyer coming back, surely we have enough defenders there across to be able to cover an absence of Davies to get by. In terms of the backup striker, look, I get it, 100%. I get it. I don't see one coming in this window, but Kulusevski can play up there. You know,
and Bergwijn.
Bergwijn, Conte said before, he sees Bergwijn who can play up there if Kane ever gets injured. I think if we are going to sign somebody, it will be at that right wing back position.
And Sonny, technically. Sorry to interrupt. And Sonny, technically.
Yeah. So, look, I think if we do sign someone, it probably will be that right wing back position. That's probably the area we probably would be looking to strengthen up today. Who knows? Could we get a late deal for Spence over the line? It remains to be seen. But guys, would you be happy? We'll go to Jack again on this one first. Jack, you know, are you happy? Like he says here, we have 2 players in every position in a 3-4-3, except for a left centre back and striker. I mean, is a left centre back someone we really need in this window on a backup striker, or are you happy to continue on the way we are?
I just want to say quickly, I kind of like where Ganesh's head is at, because I was kind of thinking about this the other day, you know, with the 2 signings we made with Kulusevski and Rodrigo Bentancur. I was kind of thinking with the 3-5-2, are we really set up for that still? I'm not really sure. You know, like, you know, do we have enough players for that? Technically we do, but I don't know if we have the best sort of players for that. But then I thought with the 3-4-3, the Bentancur signing is actually solid for the 3-4-3, because we need 2 hard-working kind of midfielders that also can still pass the ball, you know, decently to a degree. They don't need to be absolutely ridiculous ball players or, you know, ridiculous kind of tempo setters, but they need to at least be decent passers of the ball, which is sometimes why we've seen maybe frustrations with Skip and Højbjerg, because to a degree, they're not the best passers of the ball in the world. And they kind of sometimes just underwhelmed in that sort of way. But they did do what Conte needed, which was to do that defensive work and to do that ball progression, which actually I thought Højbjerg and Skip were really, really good at. And I think Bentancur, when you think about it, he is actually a really good signing for the 3-4-3. Kulusevski is a good signing for the 3-4-3 because
you look like him.
I hope I do, actually, at some stage. You know, if I were left-footed, I would say, you know, I probably could have made a career. We're close to the same height, actually, as well. So, you know, I could have gone for it. But I think Kulusevski plays across the 3-4-3 right wing, can play as a second striker, can also play as a left winger. I think it kind of makes sense for the 3-4-3. If we get a right wing back, that would be even better. But no left-sided center back. I see why there are frustrations there. There were a lot of good left-sided center backs we could have gone for. Striker, I think you get away with it with Kulusevski. It's not my favorite sort of way to do it, but I do think you get away with it with the Kulusevski signing. And then right wing back, that's what I'm hoping for today. I think it becomes an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 window for me if we get a right wing back today.
Yeah, spot on. And we'll stick with you, Jack, for this one, and then we'll throw the next one at Shawnee. Dark Zone G says, if the Gooners only aimed for Dusan while loaning out squad players, then the Gooners will be lucky to get top 6. Also, didn't they cancel our match for lack of players? Laughing my ass off. I can't wait for that match to happen. What we said, Dark Zone G. Big up, Dark Zone G.
I don't really think the Dusan, I was never really worried about it. I really wasn't. I was kind of worried about the Bruno Guimaraes kind of rumors with them, Dark Sun G, but I was not really worried about them signing Dusan. It just didn't make sense. They would have to offload Aubameyang. They would have to offload maybe another player as well in order to fit those wages, to fit that sort of fee. Just didn't make sense. I was never really sweating about it. It is kind of hilarious they wasted that much of their time, Dark Sun G, going after a player that was probably never achievable. And also, they've loaned out all of their squad players. I think they have 3 center backs. Like, if they're all fit, I think they have like 3 or 4 center backs total in their entire squad, you know, available to them. That I don't know. The reeks danger there, especially the way Arteta wants to play. I don't know, Dark Sun G. I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful to see them, you know, digging their own hole, digging their own graves here. And hopefully the fans just start turning on Arteta again And then hopefully the whole Arteta out versus Arteta in comes back. I can't wait for that sort of season. It's always my favorite time of year. But honestly, can't wait for that match. Dark Sun G, big yourself up. Thank you for the big one, and thank you for all the big ones as well. Dark Sun G, really, really generous today and bringing a lot of good talking points as well.
Yeah, what a legend. Big up Dark Sun G. Guys, there's 340 people in house. Make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you smash that subscribe button if you are new. And, feel free to get your super chat in and we will get straight to it. It just means you skip the comments. We get straight to your point and we give it a good discussion. Don't worry. We know it's a hard world out there. People live paycheck to paycheck. Fully understand that. So at least get your comments in the chat and we'll be sure to get them up on the screen. Just quickly, the state of play where we're at right now is it's Ndombele. He is gone to Lyon. Absolutely loving life. Gil has already gone to Valencia. That's done. Kulusevski and Bentancur have signed for Tottenham. They're done. What we have left hanging in the balance is Celso going to Villarreal. We're waiting on Villarreal to get out a player or two, but that is all done. Just waiting for Villarreal to do business on their end. Alli looking to go to Everton. Latest reports on that are it is looking like a bit of a tough deal to do for Everton, but they are still pushing to try and get the deal done. And Harvey White to go out as well. So that's really all we're waiting for. We're just waiting for Tottenham to properly announce Kulusevski and Bentancur. And then we're just waiting on Alli, Harvey White and Celso to see what happens there. So that is the state of play right now and whether we can go and pursue one more to bring in. So that is the state of play right now. Just to keep everybody updated. But big up Dark Sun G, my man. Really appreciate the support. William Kelly says, remember we were saying how it might how long it might take to get out the Deadwood. And Paratici has done it in one class act. Sean, what would you say to William Kelly, lad? Is he becoming a Levy fan now?
Hey, I'm going to say you're giving Paratici a lot of credit there, bro. But judging from your, William, I love you to pieces, mate. Judging from your previous assertions that everything ultimately stops at the top. If the buck always stops with Daniel Levy, then perhaps you should change that. Well done, Daniel Levy. Is that what you're saying, William Kelly? Well done, Daniel Levy. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, well done, Daniel Levy, indeed.
How well has Paratici done though to be able to get to offload these deals, Shawnee?
I give him credit for the outgoings. For the incomings, it's like everybody that's been judging, everybody that had patience, for throughout the 31 days. It always comes down to the end, Jack. I was saying it to you, mate, and to Dave as well. So it's this Mexican standoff thing. No one wants to pull the trigger first. It's this, the glass that falls off the bar in the old Western movie when everything suddenly explodes. I feel like today is the day when most of that stuff happens. I do give Paratici credit for getting the outgoings because they were probably more crucial in the grand scheme of things to get some of the toxicity and the poison out of the club and then allow the space to come in. I am still concerned with Paratici that he's got the entire European and world football scouting network at his feet, and this guy is an absolute legend, but ultimately he had to go back to his previous employers to sign the people that he previously signed with them only 18 months ago to make these things happen. So for me, the jury is still out on the ingoings, but I absolutely give him credit where it's due for the outgoings because I don't think without Paratici here, I don't think we would be seeing Ndombele and Lo Celso and mainly those two that are leaving. Like I say, the Brian Hill thing, I'm indifferent about. I get it, but I also feel like we overpaid. Like the guy, he's done well to get rid of the guy, but he also massively overpaid for him in the first place. And so I don't know, man. For me, the jury's still out on Paratici. But big up, Sean, William Kelly.
Well, yeah, big up William Kelly, my man. Really appreciate it.
I'm only winding you up, bro. I love you, man.
Oh, he knows. But what would you say to Dark Sun G here, Sean? Maybe it's perfect that you said what you said because maybe Dark Sun G has already pre-planned that and is returning it here.
What's he saying?
He says if Hitchin was still in charge, no January transfers like Kulu or Bentancur would never come. Also, Tanguy, Dele, and Celso would have stayed. Paratici equals God.
Took my point. Took my point, Dark Sun G. Exactly what I was going to say. Like, let's not get this twisted. If this were Steve Hitchen, Dark Sun G, let's not get this twisted. He would not have he hasn't gotten rid of Deadwood. Like Steve Hitchen, sometimes we question, like, there's been so many excuses, I think, given to Steve Hitchen. And at the end of the day, he brought in a bunch of players that hurt us and a bunch of players that dragged us down, a bunch of players that you would say have offered us nothing. And we paid a decent fee for most of them as well, all under Steve Hitchen. He also struggled at getting those players out the door as well. Any sort of players, and he was giving them new contracts. And he was basically creating the Deadwood. He is the guy that left all this Deadwood for Paratici. And sometimes when we think about it, like, Paratici, maybe he hasn't been so convincing in a lot of ways, but he's basically had to come into a kitchen that's covered in grease, covered in shit everywhere, and he's had to clean it all up and then also make you a 5-star meal at the same time. I think you got to give him a bit of a break where he is cleaning up the entire kitchen while trying to make a meal at the same time. And so I don't know. I think
I'm not sure
for me, Dark Sun G, he took my point. Honestly, Dark Sun G, way ahead of me. You should take my spot right here, Dark Sun G.
Then just a quick follow-up question before we let Sean in on it then, Jack, is maybe, do you think Paratici doesn't get enough credit even for the, the outgoings, Jack? Because everyone talks about the incomings, but no one talks about the outgoings, how much he actually cleared out this summer, and that he can't really put his project in place until he's cleared out what he has cleared out so far up to this day.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say, Dave. I think there is valid skepticism on the incomings, like how that went about, how he was able to pull that off, maybe relying on his previous employers. I get that sort of kind of criticism. I have kind of an argument for it, but I get it. In terms of the outgoings, I think people just aren't realizing that. Like, how long is our Deadwood list, Dave? Like, how long was it at certain times? Like 10, 12, 13 players long? For some people, it was 20 players long, was the Deadwood. And he's getting them out. He's slowly churning away, dunking them all out of the club, Dave. And I think it's actually quite impressive, because the other reason that I kind of love it is because it's similar. Like the Tanguy situation. It's like trying to sell you a beautiful car that looks fantastic on the outside, but has no engine, no way of actual running. It's going to take tons of work to get to actually drive. But yeah, it looks nice, on the parking lot. Where it's like with Gio Celso, it's kind of like not really sure if this car even works, but also looks nice on the outside. In terms of Dele Alli, it's like, this used to be a good car, now it's a shit car. He has all these sort of like just difficult ways of trying to get the guy out. And like I said, other reference, I hate to use metaphors all the time here, but it's a really dirty kitchen that he has to clean up, and he has to clean it all out and then also make a meal for us. And sometimes when we criticized him, it's like he's in the middle of cleaning the kitchen and we're criticizing him for not making the meal. And I don't know. I think he's making the meal as well as cleaning the kitchen. Paratici, I think some of the players he's had to try to get out are really difficult players to try to get out. Like I'm surprised anybody can take them. We've even said that ourselves. Like, I can't expect anybody who would take Tanguy, who would take Dele, who would take Gio, and he's getting clubs to take them, which I think is quite impressive.
I mean, I play Football Manager. It took me a year to get rid of all them three. So, he's done an absolute brilliant job. But just quickly to the old lad, remember, I rang you and told you all this was what's happening today. I told you it all yesterday. Remember that? You laughed at me. But just remember. But Shawnee, my man, what's your thoughts on maybe Dark Sun G's point here, that maybe we don't give Paratici enough credit for maybe the outgoings, and that without him, Kulusevski and Bentancur would not come to Tottenham because Steve Hitchen wouldn't be able to do it. He buys Paradas at Milan Fashion Week instead of players.
Before I answer the question, because I actually, I do agree. I think we're kind of all agreeing on the same point. But is Cynical Dad your old man? Is he?
No, not Cynical Dad. No.
Is your old man in the chat?
What story?
Yeah, what's the story?
Oh, what's the story? Hello, Mr. Harris. To the question about that's what I said a second ago, right? I think that you have to give him credit where it's due. He's definitely got rid of toxicity, same as what Jack's saying. But for me, the jury's still out on the incoming stuff. But I'll give him more time. 3 days ago, everything looked really, really, really bad. But right now, everything's looking really, really, really good. And like it was gone from what was especially some people, some of the kind of community were thinking this is a 0 out of 10 and more confirmation of all of the reasons to be unhappy and kind of despondent. I won't say negative, but like despondent about where Tottenham are going and the ownership, everything in the hierarchy down. And right now, everything looks far rosier than it did 72 hours ago. So I agree with Dark Sun G. It's the jury's still out on the incomings, but on the outgoings, I think he's done a good job and should get the plaudits where they're due. So fair play. Keep cooking, Don. Keep cooking.
Keep cooking. He's still got plenty of meals to make.
Yeah.
And
go on. Yeah. Sorry.
Just quickly, Leon have announced Ndombele, which is absolutely brilliant. So
Endo, bye.
No turning back. No turning back.
Oh, that's gonna be beautiful.
Bye.
Oh, Endon bye. Absolutely love it. Everyone get up and check my Endon bye post up in the community section. It's brilliant. It's like he died or something. I put it in that. It's brilliant. Coco says, honest opinion of Jed Spence. Do you think he'd be a great addition? I suppose I'll talk on this one. For me, I actually really like Jed Spence. I mean, anyone that puts in a performance like that against Arsenal in an FA Cup, I mean, fully deserves to be at Tottenham Hotspur. He gets up for an Arsenal game, which is what you need at Tottenham Hotspur. Players that relish it, get up for the big occasions, get up for Arsenal. And for me, he was the best player on the pitch that day. He was absolutely outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Go on, Johnny.
This is a perfect segue into what I wanted to ask, or what I wanted to mention about the scouts, right?
Yeah.
I know that Paratici on Football London yesterday, there was an article come out from Alli Gold about the plan of action for the scouting network and how Paratici's put out like half a dozen applications out there for jobs for scouts to come in and all that stuff. And it all sounds great. What I would say is, I mentioned this phrase earlier. There's a phrase in finance where you get mugged by the ignorant, right? Where you can do all of the research in the world and you can find like a perfect buying opportunity for an irrelevant stock. But because of the weight of nonsense news comes out, you could be right about the story, but wrong with your timing because of people that don't know, that listen to irrelevant sources that then weigh in on a different style. And I think that the mugged by the ignorant concept is very true when it comes to Tottenham scouting. You look at Ndombele, right? The kind of feedback is that Ndombele put in half a dozen great games for Lyon at Champions League level against some of the biggest teams in the world. And if you were a scout of Tottenham Hotspur, you could, I guess I'm speculating here, but the hypothesis that I've come to is that they watch the big games on TV when Lyon players are playing against the biggest teams in Europe, and Ndombele comes in and puts in worldy performances. But they don't watch Lyon week in, week out. And there was always noise that the guy, if you listen to the fans of Lyon, they always say the guy was lazy. He wasn't interested in the kind of mediocre middle of the run games. What I think you need to do if you're a scout, and this is one of the things I'm going to do on the channel when I speak to them. I've got a couple of scouts lined up for interviews, but I've already been talking to them about like what is the process? How do you identify? And the thing that's come across to me is that the people that play at the high in the big games, and this Jed Spence guy, puts in a worldy performance against Arsenal. How did he do against the teams that are the very bottom of the league? Or when
he's been their best player. He's been their best player this season.
So maybe with him specifically, but with Ndombele, right? If you go into the archive, he might have put in the best games, the best performances against the best teams. But I think a scout should actually pay more attention because there's tangibles, right? You can look at the statistics. You can go onto websites and go, how many games has he played? How many tackles? How many passes? What was his completion? Blah, 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 blah. And you can get an overall insight on the tangible results of someone's performance. But it's the intangibles that matter. Does he get up for the big game? Everyone wants to play well on Monday Night Football when the cameras are on, but how do they do it on a cold Thursday night versus Stoke, right? And so with Ndombele, clearly there wasn't that level of depth. No one went into the intangibles, and you're being mugged by the ignorant. And in our case, the ignorant are the scouts who haven't done enough of a due diligence to know that just because he played well against Barcelona a couple of times doesn't mean that he did it against Reims, the club called REIMS, Reims or Reims, however you say it. Like the bottom of the league teams. If you go and watch those games, he didn't give a shit. And I think you learn more about a player's mentality how they play against the teams that are irrelevant versus the teams that actually matter. And I think you need to kind of trim across the sides. Like there's 3 ways you can look at the average. You've got the mean, the median, and the mode. And you should trim away. If the guy does a worldie against the top teams, great. If he doesn't do it against the bottom teams, then you kind of need to figure out where they really are. And we don't do that. And the scouts that we have, I think they look too much at statistics. They listen to a few superlatives, and they'll go and watch the highlight reel, but they don't go and watch the low light reel. And I think it's in the low light reel where you can really pick the peanuts out of the poo. And against maybe Jed Spence is someone where the low light reel is as good as the highlight reel, but with Ndombele it wasn't. With Lo Celso it certainly wasn't. Am I saying something that's funny? I don't know.
I've never heard that phrase before.
Peanuts out of the poo.
You got to pick the peanuts out of the poo, right? You got to figure out where how good are you, bro? Because there's a lot of things that you're going to do that no one talks about when you're amongst the poor. I get it. A lot of focus, you know, and that's what. And I think that our scouting network is awful. And where Stelios, you know, the guy from Tottenham away, like me and him disagree on a lot of things about like Daniel Levy and stuff, but where I actually agree with him is the scouting system at Tottenham is not going to be fixed by hiring a few low-level players. There's got to be some review about the people that are at the highest level of the scouting system at Tottenham, because I think that there is it's laziness, or it's something is toxic in that system where we can't find anybody, because we can't afford to pay £80 million for the best players. And if there are people that we can afford to pay for, that are of that ilk, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, they're all coming after them as well. And we can't offer what they can. So we have to go for this kind of second tier and hope that we pick the real value. But I think that the scouts are responsible for finding out whether they're actually worth and whether they have the potential, and I don't think we have that yet.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right, Sean. And maybe that we've made a step in the right direction, though, by getting rid of clearly a lot of scouts and bringing new ones in. And hopefully those new ones in can identify the players that we can buy for cheap, that we would eventually sell on for 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, so that we don't have to compete with the Liverpools and the Man Cities and the Chelseas for those sort of players. You're spot on, my man. No, absolutely.
And look, just to add to that, I agree to it. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be really giving them any praise for talking about the scouting, because it did come out in the summer that they were overhauling the scouting department. So it's not really a fresh nuance when he's talking about that. But you know, because they did say in the summer they were going to overhaul it, and they brought in that guy Chris Perkins as well to kind of you know develop it and bring it forward. You know, and bring in some of the best young prospects from around Europe, which is, we are going to go that way. And it's like what you were saying there, Shawnee. I mean, if you can't compete for the top players in the world, well, then you have to get them in earlier. And hopefully that's what we'll be doing.
Okay.
Dark Sun G saying, I hope our 2 signings play in the FA Cup at home. I mean, could you guys make a bold prediction? Will we be seeing a certain Kulusevski maybe starting against Brighton?
He won't start. I don't think he'll start. I think he'll come on because he'll get a bench performance where everyone gives him a standing O as he comes in. It'll be fantastic. I don't know about Bentancur, but I think Kulu will get a show. Yeah, for sure.
I think he'll be rocking the long sleeves as well, Kulu, for that one. Looking forward to it. But Dark Sun G, it seems like we're going for Kulusevski out the bench. Maybe Bentancur probably might not play that game, is what I'm thinking. Maybe might. I'm not sure. But Dark Sun G, very good food for thought, my man. And then Hollywood Hotspur has now become a new member. Another person we'll be seeing tomorrow night, hopefully. And everybody will say, it seems like the fan show's heating up. So everybody just get in line nice and early. Come Tuesday, we'll be going all night as long as you guys need to when it comes to any of the kind of your thoughts or opinions or kind of rants or comments regarding the Spurs window as well as the Spurs future. So be catching you tomorrow, everybody, for the fan show.
Big up Hollywood Hotspur. Just quickly, some breaking news on Dele Alli. Dele Alli to Everton is a done deal, and here we go. Full agreement reached with Tottenham. Permanent move subject to medical in the next few hours. It's a done deal. So Everton have today announced Dele Alli and Donny van den Beek in their relegation battle. They're not sure. No price has been given yet exactly what Everton are paying, but you have it. Dele Alli to leave Tottenham on a permanent deal to Everton. So now, do we go out and sign players? That's
on out. Dele
on permanent deal.
Dele Alli gone.
What's the What do you
cow.
reckon? What do you
thing that
reckon
could
the
never
price
have been
is?
done. That was the thing that I thought never could be done. Was actually we were talking about how hard it is getting Ndombele out. We did speak about getting Gio out was hard too, but like Dele was the one that I always was like, that one's always been impossible. It's always been impossible to get Dele Alli out.
He's
We've
a
been kind
homegrown
of trying
player.
for a long time. We've been trying for a very long time, and we've yet to get him out. So this
Tell
is
you what,
actually
Jack,
glorious.
though, if he's a homegrown player, we would need that's going to put us under pressure. I can't imagine what the price would be. Maybe 10 million. I don't know, but whatever it is, you'd hope then.
Well,
that
you
we're
can
gonna
always
get another homegrown
replace.
player
You can
in.
always replace with players from the under 23s, and then also as well, we could go into the market for somebody that's homegrown as well, of course. But you can always replace with under 23s.
But I still, it's interesting that's 3 outs, 2 ins, one of them at HGP. I reckon we might get another homegrown player in. I reckon there's time, boys.
Hey,
I reckon this suggests to
thanks.
me that we got someone else coming in.
People have been saying about the whole Spence thing, though. People are saying that since he's played for, that would mean he'd been playing for 3 clubs this season, which I think makes that's illegal or some rule against that. You're not allowed to play for 3 clubs in a season.
I don't think he played for Middlesbrough, though. That's the thing. I know he was registered, but I don't think he played.
Okay. I'm just seeing some rumors about that. I am seeing some rumors.
He's been on loan. He's been on loan to Forest since the start of the season.
Okay.
Interesting.
So we'll wait and see. Look, they could be right. I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, he didn't play for Middlesbrough this year.
Perfect talking point here, though, from Tin Man 007. And Tin Man, it has officially happened. We have gotten the here we go from Fabrizio Romano. And he's saying, hi, guys. Surely if Dele leaves, I would like to think then we go for a right wing back or a creative player. Sean, would you rather use that Dele money to go after a right wing back or a creative player?
He's cooking.
Oh, you know what, mate?
Good question.
It is, but I think we've got enough options within our offensive team that we have, if need be, the ability to bring any one of those people back in to create things, and therefore I think that a right wing back is absolute priority of the 2. Listen, there's the summer coming, but I think to get to the top 4, we need to make sure that we're not vulnerable, and I don't think we're vulnerable in that spot. I think we could improve, but I don't think we're vulnerable. I think we're vulnerable at right wing back. And so for me, it'd be lovely to go and get somebody in. I don't know who. I mean, I don't know much about this guy from Forest, but I'd rather get someone with a bit more caliber. If he hasn't played for Middlesbrough, if Middlesbrough were happy for him to go out on loan, I'd rather, maybe he's a future prospect, but I'd rather get someone that's tried and tested. Spend 25 mil, get it done. Come on, Paratici, keep cooking. Put a few more little flakes of salt in there, bro. Come on,
look,
the window's not done yet.
All I'm going to say on the matter is I've been telling people about this guy, Paratici. I told you he's going to be cooking. And it's exactly what he's done. No, honestly, look, he's brought Kulusevski, Bentancur, in a tough January transfer window. He's brought 2 players in that proves the squad. And he's got rid of Ndombele, hopefully for the money that we bought him for, which is absolutely an unbelievable bit of business. Dele Alli gone to Everton. Look, I presume you're probably talking in and around the range of, I would say, about 30 million, maybe for 20 to 30 million for Dele Alli. So that brings in money for us to be able to go and sign someone. Plus whatever little we had left in the kitty. Celso, we're just waiting on Villarreal to get 1 or 2 players out. He's registered. That's a done deal. Brian Hill on loan. So we have freed up space to be able to bring in players now. We've got our players out. It is 3:30 on deadline day. 3:30 on deadline day. All the players we wanted out are gone out on loan, which now means we have until 11 tonight just to work on getting players in this door. And people tell me this guy doesn't cool. To the guy who thought he was a wise ass, quoting me on Twitter saying he's not cooking anything. And I'm going to quote you right back now, and I'm just going to say the same thing. Tell me he's not cooking, my man, because Paratici is doing the business. Look, I get it. People may be disappointed we don't have enough players in, but in terms of playing players out, the guy has done an immaculate job today, an absolute immaculate job. And in terms of what players I'd like to see come in, I think a right wing back now would be a good option to go and get for me. I think focus all your attentions on that, see what's out there, and try and get one in. But boys, Paratici is cooking. Come on,
he's cooking, everybody.
Legend.
Cleaning and cooking, cleaning out the dead wood, and then cooking us a meal afterwards. But Tin Man 007, really appreciate the support. Dark Sun G, really appreciate the support. Really, really huge support from him. Also, Brian C. Socrates as well. William Kelly, too. Lots of support today, and really do appreciate it. Ganesh, I remember, also put in a really good comment. Big up, Ganesh. Just really want to say thank you for supporting the channel, as well as bringing up these excellent points as well to speak about. William Kelly saying, Levy's child, I will never be a Levy lover, but I will always give him credit when credit is due, or where credit is due. He's basically saying to Sean that he'll never go to the dark side, but at the same time, he's got to give him credit when credit is due. I think you just got to give credit to Paratici here, William Kelly. You just got to give credit to Paratici and give credit to Levy for hiring Paratici at the end of the day. I think that's what you do. Paratici also, Dave, must I say, he's doing all this cleaning, he's doing all this cooking, but he also has Levy as his boss. He also has, I mean, the guy he's honestly, that also is a headache of its own. So I would say, everybody, he is living up to the reputation. He is living up to the reputation. But William Kelly, credit where credit is due. Credit where credit is due. Absolutely spot on, my man.
Just proof that Ndombele is gone. For anyone that doesn't believe it, there he is at Leon holding the jersey. So this is one that makes me nervous. This is one I agree with. Wait till he's holding the jersey, because with this fucker, it's so unpredictable. But he is finally done. So what a deadline day so far, shaping up. Hopefully get players in. But look, let's keep cracking through the super chats, because I want to get on Kuva and Ben from Tottenham Fans from Gold.
Ben Kaufman saying, looks like the champagne is coming out. Come on, you Spurs. Honestly, I would say, Ben, actually, at one stage, might have to pop over to a little corner store and get a little mini bottle of champagne to celebrate this one. It really does feel like, I mean, I actually can't, I'm losing my words, actually, Ben. Three of those toxic players that were awful and useless to Antonio Conte are all gone in one window. All gone in one window. All gone in the worst possible window to also get rid of players. It's just, I don't know, ridiculous. But figure yourself out, Ben.
Can I hold my hands up early so that no one challenges me for being wrong? Like, I said 3 days ago, I'm not entirely sure if I like the combination of Levy and Paratici, because I feel like I know what's wrong about Levy and Paratici with his plate spinning thing. Today, I've already said I appreciate him on the goings out, but my mind's not made up on the comings in. I think with every going minute that goes forward, I feel like I'm incredibly more in need to hold my hands up and say, well done, Don. Well done, bro. You're proving
we were all
wrong.
joking the other night, though, on the back end, Sean talking about that. Like, if he actually gets 3 players out, like, if he gets those specific 3, if he gets all of them out,
that in itself, Jack, that in itself is a 7 out of 10.
That in itself is a 5 out of 10 for me. That in itself is a 5.
And add the two future superstars of the Premier League coming in. I think we've got to raise this up to an 8.5 right now, haven't we, boys? Come on, it's an 8.5 already.
I said it the other day. If he got rid of Gio, Ndombele, Alli, and got in Kulusevski, and he got in Bentancur, me personally, I'd rate it a 10. Just on how hard, how hard the January transfer window is to operate in. Because you have to remember, you have teams who don't want to sell their best players. Then even if teams are willing to sell their players, they're not going to let them go until they have their player lined up. Then that club needs their player lined up. So it's just a whole big domino effect.
Yeah.
And that's why I was saying to people throughout the transfer window, I get it, we're getting frustrated, there's no signings. But you will see the activity heat up the last week of the window, and once we're kind of in the process where we know we're shifting Ndombele, deals will happen, and it's exactly planned out that way. Irish Hotspur ITK1 source tier 1 as well.
But that gold medal.
Everybody smash that like button, smash that subscribe button as well. Don Paratici is cooking. He's an absolute legend. Thank you so much. No, I don't have to look at any more of these players in cup games pissing me off anymore. I'd say all the youth players are delighted they're gone, because it means they're not blocking up their pathway. And now we have a squad where we know everyone is focused and pulling the one way. What a window. What a window.
I mean, Dave, Deli's hairdresser, is out the window as well, Dave. Tanguy, all the local fast food chains are going to be, questioning whether they can really handle, the loss in revenue. The near post for every corner kick that Gio takes is going to be happy. Honestly, it's beautiful. Angel Matos or Angel Matos saying, "Happy deadline day, boys. So let me get this straight. 40 million pounds 2 weeks ago for Diego Carlos is too much, but 60 million pounds today for Yannick Carrasco is a great idea. To blue ball is to Levy. To blue ball is to Levy. But I will say these examples, Angel, I'm not really sure are the best. Diego Carlos, I don't think we were ever really in for the guy, really. It would have been a horrible signing. It actually really would have been a bad signing for that much money. The guy is kind of like, he looks good sometimes, but he makes atrocious errors. And so I just feel like paying that much for somebody to make mistakes in a league that you would probably think someone would make fewer mistakes in. I feel like the Premier League probably promotes more mistakes in a defender than La Liga, and he yet has had like 4 mistakes so far this season that you can even find in the stat sheet. So I think that would have been too ridiculous. And then Yannick Carrasco, I'm not really sure about that rumor. I think that actually would be a great player especially for Conte. That'd be a great player. But too much. That's way too much money for Yannick Carrasco. Way too much.
What I will say on the Carrasco one, Jack, is Atletico said they won't do business today, but for some reason the player and the club feel like they're going to revisit that one in the summer. So keep an eye on it.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. He could be a great wingback for us. He's played as an inverted wingback for Simeone. He's a really hard worker, really skillful player. I've always liked Carrasco. 60 million is way too much. I don't think any of those are happening. So I think that more has to do just with the media and just the whatever journalists are pumping out on Hill than it really has to do with Levy. But you're spot on, my man, with to blue ball is to Levy. Spot on. And really appreciate the big one as well on Hill. Really do appreciate it, my man.
I'm just running to the Jacks for a minute. I'll be back in 1 second.
No problem at all.
May I just quickly, Jack, before you move on, can I just make one random point? Take 10 seconds.
Sure. Go ahead.
Everton signing Dele Alli, Everton signing Donny, what's his name? Van de Beek. Those two and Frank Lampard need to make something happen, because if Everton, I can't imagine that Frank Lampard's not on cheap money. If they're covering the money of Van der Beek and also Dele Alli, whatever if it's all legit. If Everton still go down, Jack, you could witness. I'm not even joking. I've looked through the finances of Everton in advance of our debate with Brian.
I'm aware.
If Everton go down, I am convinced that they would be in administration within 6 months of being in the Championship. It doesn't matter whether they come up. They might get a balloon parachute, like the parachute payment. I think you might witness the unraveling of an absolute Goliath of history when it comes to the Premier League. I think Everton they're rolling the dice because they have to, but they're only 4 or 5 points off the drop, and Newcastle are making waves. It's going to be interesting, man. The second half of this year is going to be not just for Tottenham fans, but you could see an absolute fire sale of Everton superstars or Everton.
It is scary. But the business they're doing is so reckless. It already was reckless before. It's getting even more reckless. I am actually concerned. But recently, from Fabrizio Romano, despite the sale of Dele Alli to Everton on a permanent deal, again, it is done. And here we go with a medical today for Dele Alli, as well as I believe for Tanguy. So those two are officially out the door, everybody. Tottenham, he is saying, are not going to bid for Douglas Luiz. Arsenal are also no longer in the race. Douglas Luiz will stay at Aston Villa. We're not going after Douglas Luiz. Kind of makes sense. Similar player to probably someone like a Bentancur for us. Bit more of a deep-lying sort of playmaker. I think actually he could have been a decent signing, but we're not going after Douglas Luiz. But more confirmation, everybody, that Dele Alli is out the door. Skinny Fat Huey is saying, if Gio goes now as well, surely we need to sign another midfielder. Do you feel that way, kind of, Sean? Now that these 3 toxic players are out, do you feel like we have to go for another midfielder?
Shit, I mean, so who would be left, Jack?
You'd be having Skip, Højbjerg, Bentancur, and Winks. And technically some under 23s.
Yeah, but we'll forget
Harvey White, maybe, who's been on the bench a lot recently.
Well, I don't know, man. If you're playing a 3-5-2, then yeah, having one backup is for any of those three spots is not enough. So you would hope that if he wants to go 3-4-3, then maybe not. You've got two backups for the two central midfielders, and you can cherry pick how you want to do the formation. But it's a good point, Darkson. Who was the person who asked that question?
Skinny Fat Huey.
Skinny Fat Huey. It's a great name. It does leave us a little bit bare bones. To a degree, it does. I want to ask you this other question, though, Jack, quickly, because Brian called out. He called it earlier. Dele Alli and Japhet Tanganga drove out and left the club. And he said maybe that means they're going. And the fact that Dele's gone, do you think that means that Japhet's going as well?
I'm not sure. I can't comment on that. I haven't seen any real concrete rumors about Tanganga. I think at one stage it was like Milan were kind of interested in him.
Be cutting it fine to get to Italy in time, wouldn't it?
I actually think that'd be a great move for him. I think going to the Serie A or La Liga or even Germany would be a great move for him. I actually think it'd be better than him going to the Championship or something, because I think Tanganga, he has all the physical attributes for the Premier League. I think we all know that. It just needs to work on his technical skill in a lot of regards. And in order for him to really challenge for our sort of back four or back three, you need to be a much better technical player on the ball. So I feel like he just needs to do that. I did read that tweet from Fabrizio, Dave, on the Douglas Luiz.
There's a new update on the Dele Alli deal. So, a bit of a strange one, actually. So, Dele Alli to Everton is on a permanent deal, but it's a free deal. But Everton will pay 10 million once he has played 20 games, and he's gone on a 2.5-year deal.
Okay.
So, free, but with 10 million coming further down the line.
Okay. Well, if he plays 20 games, if he doesn't.
Well, he's there for 2.5 years, so I'm sure he'll play 20 games over 2.5 years.
That's really 10 million. I also could not be more right, because I remember a few months ago, Dave, we were joking about how much people thought we could sell Dele Alli for. Some people thought we'd sell for 30, 40 million.
I can't believe that Daniel Levy would have that condition put in place, because if he plays 19 games, if he gets injured, you get nothing. Or if he becomes, the Dele Alli that we know, where he's not interested in Everton. Everton have signed loads of players, right? They may not. Frank Lampard may not want. May play him half a dozen times here and there. So essentially, there's no guarantee you're going to get anything in 2.5 years. 20 games in 2.5 years in the Premier League. That's only one every 3 games.
Yeah, but no more wages of Dele, though. No more Dele Alli toxicity.
Yeah. Money saved versus money saved versus money cost. Yeah, 100%.
He only had 2.5 years left on his deal at Tottenham. So I mean, come the summer, you're probably talking about, if no one comes in, his price is completely dwindled. So the fact that, and he's not doing anything for Tottenham, he's just taking up wages. My guess is, with these guys offloaded on the wages,
I think there could
be one more deal coming.
One more, and a big one as well. A big one. It could be. How much money have we saved if Ndombele's entire salary is paid for? If Lo Celso's 200k, Lo Celso's on 130, probably 120. Right, so we'll call it 300 net. Brian Hill's probably
500k in wages a week.
Probably 500k on wages per week saved. Come on, Daniel and Dom.
Huge. That is huge. That's what I was trying to say. And 3 players that were hugely toxic to the dressing room all cost us 500k as well. So it's a 500k a week sort of toxic problem that we were dealing with that he's gotten out. So
that's a Dylan Marcandy every week.
Not only keep cooking, keep cleaning as well. Keep cleaning.
I do think the only other outgoing, just stress that today, the only other outgoing I think we will see today is Villarreal confirming the Celso one. Like I said, that is hinging on Villarreal getting a player out, which, interestingly enough, they have Pau Torres. If we can get Lo Celso and they really are struggling to get someone off the books, maybe we could go in for Pau Torres. But look, I wouldn't hold your breath. That's just my thinking. But as well, the only other player I think you will see leave Tottenham Hotspur today would be Harvey White, who was still in talks with maybe joining up with Jermaine Defoe at Sunderland. If he goes there, Luton, Portsmouth, that'll be the only other outgoing I reckon you'll see today. So from here on out, it should just be an incoming. Look, Paratici, brilliant piece. I mean, you're talking.
Wow.
It's now 10 to 4,
£500,000 a week
on deadline day, and we still have plenty of hours to get another player in the door with all of our outgoings more or less out the door. Absolutely brilliant.
£500,000 a week, Dave. Jack, that's insane.
Yeah,
that is insane.
And it's more than that. I mean, obviously, look, the wages free up, us to be able to get someone else in and stuff like that. But like Jack was alluding to, it's more than that. It's the toxicity out of the squad. It's players that don't want to be here. It's a huge bit of business for Tottenham. I can't understate that enough. I think getting these players out is massive for Tottenham. They weren't contributing and just taking up wages anyway. If you look over the windows, the players that Paratici has got out, it's a massive, massive turnaround. But Jack, we'll continue on with these super chats.
Continue on. Dark Sun G saying, this is why Paratici is a god. He shipped out the impossible in just half a season. The best business Levy did was bringing in this god. One more signing, please. Dark Sun G, like I said earlier, you were way ahead of me. You should be honestly taking my spot on the panel today because you were saying exactly what I'm saying, which is getting those 3 players out. I think we're going to continue every single waking minute, every single second. We're going to it's almost like the smile just gets kind of bigger and bigger because you start to realize these are 3 players that we were probably joking about getting out. I even on the most recent Can It Answer Me, I said there's no way we get all 3 out. What I thought was going to be the case was Gio leaves, Tanguy leaves. Turns out nobody actually wants Dele. I thought that was going to be, the sort of window. And he's gotten all 3 out. No matter how he's done it, he's gotten all 3 out. And we've even joked about this as well, Dark Sun G. A lot of people have said, just get them out. I don't care. Just get them out the club. Sell them for nothing. I don't care. Rip up the contract. Paratici has done that for you. Paratici has done that for you. He's gotten them out at all costs. He's practically, done everything in his power to be able to get them out of this club. And I would say incredible job by him. And also I would say Daniel Levy, well done on hiring such an absolute, honestly, seems like a workaholic now. Like I said, Dave, I think he was going over to Italy just to celebrate all the work that he had done. He's just sipping back a few Negronis, having a few amarettos, the guy's just enjoying time there. And Dark Sun G, I think it was an incredible bit of business to bring in Paratici. Absolute God, absolute Don. It's great to see the Don doing his work, Dark Sun G, and really appreciate all the support as well you've given today, Dark Sun G.
Yeah,
really
big up Dark Sun G, my man. I really do appreciate it. And just quickly to add to it, I mean, look, it was one that had to be done this deadline day because he was done at Tottenham. There's no way he could move forward after sitting on TikTok and putting up TikToks and that during a Tottenham game versus Chelsea when we're being bet. There's no coming back from that. The players would have been pissed off, management, owners, fans, all pissed off about it. There's no coming back from it. Look, Dele Alli, just quickly, I mean, look, he gave us some incredible memories. We seen him grow from a boy to a man. Absolutely thank him for that. But we have to be honest, the last 3 years, last 2.5 years, he's been missing. He hasn't been performing, and he's been acting the bollocks. So it's I'm sad that it's come to this, but it just shows how bad things have got if we're letting him go on a free with 2.5 years left on his contract. And we're taking 10 million after 20 appearances. Shawnee?
I just want to take the second here. This is not from a gloating perspective, but I do think you have to also acknowledge that Daniel Levy is not the sort of guy that, as history has proven, would turn around and accept a free transfer for Dele Alli. Mm-hmm. The reason why we've been stuck with these people for so long is because Dele Alli wants to get every pound of flesh he can out of whatever value, and he's always placed a higher value on the assets he has than he has on the assets we need. But for him to have done this deal, he clearly has bowed down and given way to Paratici. Right?
Do you think so?
He must have done, mate. There's no way in a million years that Daniel Levy, as the character that we all believe him to be, would allow Dele Alli to go on a free transfer with a £10 million clause on Twitter. There's too many variables in there. If I'm Daniel Levy, I'm thinking, well, what happens if Everton play him 19 times and then go, well, I don't want to pay 10 million, so I keep him back for the I know how Daniel. I've met the guy. I don't know him very well, but I can imagine how his mind works. So I can only imagine that this what we're seeing right now is, first of all, Paratici doing what he's good at, and I hold my hands up and say maybe my reservations about him were wrong. He's clearly doing some magical stuff. But that in no small part has to be down to Daniel Levy going, all right, bro, over to you. You know, I'll trust the process. So this is the Daniel Levy that everyone wants to see. A smart businessman who's not getting involved in the football stuff, right? Because Daniel Levy wouldn't have agreed to that naturally. So he must have gone, okay, Paratici, this is your gig. Sink or swim, bro. If it doesn't work out, I'll fire you quick. But I'm going to let you run with this one. So you have to kind of, this is, you know, I think someone mentioned it a second ago.
Or the hitman, who's also bald, might just be sitting in the chair, you know, instead. You know, he's doing kind of a dummy sort of situation for him, you know, an identical twin, you know, and it's just pretending to be Daniel Levy, and, you know, Paratici's just talking to the hitman.
Maybe, but like you have to imagine that Daniel Levy is going right now. You know what? Whether it's because of Brian and
it probably is because of Daigle, you know.
Maybe not. Right? Who knows? Right? No one knows. But you have to acknowledge there's something different happening right now because those deals don't make sense and they would not have been done naturally. So you hope that Daniel Levy is learning, listening, and going, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna I'll take my hands off the wheel and let Paratici do his thing and see what happens. You know. Yeah. And so. Thank fucking God. Thank God.
No, look, you have to say, you know, you do have to question that. Has Daniel Levy learned from his mistakes? Is he handing the football things over to Paratici? I mean, looking at this, and you do have to give it credit. I mean, would he have done this last year? Would he have done? No, probably not. So, but look, same applies to Paratici. Anyone that's been criticizing this guy, I mean, honestly, if Steve Hitcham was still here, we'd still be sitting here talking about trying to get the best out of Ndombele and Dele Alli in the
We would have given actually a new contract to one of those players. We actually would have given a new contract to one of those players.
100% that.
Tin Man 007. Tin Man 007 saying, one more signing, and he's cooking spaghetti bolognese instead of pot noodle. I will say, though, I mean, Daniel Levy should hire me instead because I'd be giving him all the pot noodle sort of signings, actually, to be fair.
Well, actually, Jack, Spurs are looking for a volunteer scout, so you could actually apply.
Yeah, I could do the pot noodle sort of signings, find him that Macedonian backup striker that they need, you know. But seriously, Tin Man, he's so close to, he had to clean up the whole kitchen before he made the spaghetti bolognese. He's probably just a few hours away from handing it to you on your table. I know it's taken a while. I know, you know, the restaurant's been cleaned out. But he will get it. He will get it to you, my man. He will get it to you. But big yourself up. I really appreciate the support. And then DG saying, I've got the Cristal chilling now. By Deli and Ndombele. He's got the glass chilling, Dave. He's got the champagne chilling. Maybe a bit of Prosecco, maybe instead of champagne. Maybe, you know, champagne now, Prosecco later. Celebrate with a few, maybe, I don't know, Paratici mimosas. Potentially, DG. You know, it seems like it's just going to be a day of celebration. Getting out the Deadwood. Potentially looking for that one more signing as well. Hopefully right wing back. I don't know. It's each passing moment, DG. It feels like a big winning day for us. Each passing day, it feels like a win.
Big up, DG.
And then Pete from the lane saying, with the midfielders leaving, don't you think we're a bit weak in the middle? We definitely need a right wing back and midfielder, in my opinion. Fantastic stream, by the way, lads. Legend. Come on, you Spurs. Pete, absolute legend, my man. I could see why you think we're a bit weak in the middle. I could see that. Yeah, I would sign another sort of box-to-box kind of player. I would sign a deep-line playmaker. I think we need to continue to sign midfielders that Conte will use. There's no use in signing midfielders that Conte won't use. We can't. I know people talk about the creative midfielder, Pete, but the problem with the creative midfielder is it needs to be the right kind of one that, you know, Conte would actually use, like someone that he doesn't have to like mend. Like Christian Eriksen at the end of the day, he waited a long time until Christian Eriksen started doing what he wanted him to do. When we have to realize that it took a long time. And in fact, there were rumors that Christian Eriksen was going to leave at one stage after making his move to Inter because he was not being used. So signing that creative midfielder, it needs to be someone that Conte will use. I feel like that's all that matters. Is just somebody that Conte can find some use out of. I do feel like that if I could only have one more signing, Pete, I think right wing back. If I could only get one more signing, I'd sign a class right wing back. But really do appreciate the support, though, Pete. Really do appreciate it. Sean, what about you? I mean, do you feel like one more signing left? Are you like Pete, where you signing it in the midfield, or would you sign it for right wing back?
No, I take the point. I take the point that you asked one of the super chats just gone. I definitely think that we might now end up being a little bit short. We have got rid of our deadwood, our toxicity. But unfortunately, all of those players play in similar positions, and you could argue, we now are short in the midfield, where before we had an abundance of options, but the options weren't great. I don't think you're going to see us sign 2. But if we were to go and get a replacement centre midfielder in the next 7 hours, then 8 hours, then it'll be fine. But if Paratici, I'm sure he's exhausted. I'm sure he's sprinkling things everywhere where he's getting the salt out. He's flicking it over some meat over here and some pounded steak over there. But hopefully, where he's really going to land is on like a prime piece of fillet that has the shape of an RWB carved into it. We need a right wing back more than we do a centre midfielder. But I take the point that we are possibly a little bit short now.
I just thought of actually, maybe after this great window, Piperatici, he heads on over to like Istanbul where Salt Bay is, and he does the Salt Bay video. That would be hilarious to see two Don Cooks right next to each other doing the salt. Would be hilarious.
What I will say to Pete from the lane is, look, I can get it, but we've actually got one more player of use to us than what we had before. True. I mean, Dele Alli, 6 appearances this season, done fuck all. Ndombele, probably about 3 appearances this season, done fuck all. Celso, only fit for Argentina, barely being fit for Tottenham Hotspur. So if you think about it, they didn't actually offer us anything. They were just there. Yeah. But like when you bring in Bentancur, that adds a 4th midfielder. So I actually think we have probably actually strengthened in that area. But like, look, if we do want to play the 3, maybe we are a small bit off it. But we only have the FA Cup and the Premier League to play. We don't have Europe, so you're not going to see as much rotation as we think we're going to see between now and the end of the season. Paratici can go with the tried and trusted and just tinker here and there, but more or less the same team for the rest of the season. So I wouldn't be too concerned. Look, I would love another player in, don't get me wrong. I mean, if it happens, I'm all for it. Honestly, I'll end up stroking myself or something. Honestly, if
you'd rather a right wing back than a centre midfielder?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, me as
well. I think right wing back, if we can get someone that, can consistently put in good crosses into the box, I think it transforms the way Tottenham play automatically, especially with bringing Bentancur in there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Cynical Dad has become a new member of the channel. Big yourself up, Cynical Dad. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Like I said, sounds like it's going to be a long, fan show tomorrow. Hopefully seeing a lot of new faces as well. I want to see a lot of new faces for the fan show tomorrow. So don't be shy. Hop on. Dave and I, we do not bite. Sean might be there as well. We do not bite. We do want to talk to you. We want to get your thoughts on the situation of the transfers, as well as the rest of the future when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur. Maybe what top 4 chances look like. Anything you want to talk about, we'll see you there tomorrow. Cynical Dad, big yourself up, my man. Moondog saying, hi, David. Hi, Jack and Sean. This is a happy day in Ndombele and Alli gone. Thank God. And Gio as well, Moondog. I mean, is it actually, I feel like 2 degree. I don't know, Sean. Kind of losing my words. I think we're kind of downplaying how ridiculous that is to get all 3 of those players out in this sort of window, January window. Like if you told me in the beginning of the window we're getting all 3 of those players out the door, that would be like, this isn't FIFA, or like this is Tottenham Hotspur, or like you wouldn't it just would be unbelievable. Actually, the definition of unbelievable, you wouldn't find that to be of any truth.
No, mate, I completely agree. Like, I do think we're underestimating how important this is, and I actually think the more I think about it, like it's ever since I said it a second ago about the Daniel Levy point about him stepping back a little bit, I've just sort of it's been going through my mind. Like, there is no other, in my opinion, there is no other explanation, because Daniel Levy, like a leopard doesn't change his spots, and I feel like you have to assume that Paratici has done a worldie, B, he's been allowed to do a worldie, which could be a changing of the guards. Like everybody, the Levy out brigade as well, as much as they want Enoch out and everything, I think most of them acknowledge what a wonderful business acumen they have, but just get fed up with the frustrations of everything else. If what we're seeing right now is the first signs of not just getting rid of toxicity, but also allowing someone who knows what they're doing to go to work, and it creating immediate value, immediate success, immediate upside, it's such a good day. if it's like, it's a great day regardless, getting rid of the 3. But if it also means that Daniel Levy's taking a step back, and this is already what's happening, then it's a day to celebrate. It's a brilliant day, and I am over the moon. I'm over the moon dog. I'm over the moon dog.
You know what?
He's
You know
over
what
the
I'm
moon
happy about? It saves me a couple of hours in the new FIFA and the new Football Manager next year. I don't have to try and offload them. I can just go straight into career mode, ready to go. I love that.
Yeah.
No, it's unbelievable. It actually is spectacular. Because
what story? Thanks, mate.
it really is like what you would do in the beginning of FIFA. You sell all 3 of those, and you get Parachi has just done that. It's actually surreal. It really is. But Moondog, celebrate it with a bit of Cristal, like the others. Just celebrate it, my man. Put the champagne on ice. Dara saying the director of football, though, has not addressed our problem areas yet. I think he addressed a problem in the midfield by signing Bentancur. So I think he has addressed a big problem there. I think we all knew we needed to sign some sort of midfielder that Conte would use to help out. He hasn't exactly addressed the right wing back problem. I think he's addressed the second striker problem to a degree with the Kulusevski signing. I know it's not a typical number 9, but I think he has addressed a bit of a problem area there. But he also hasn't addressed the center back problem. So he's probably left 2 problems yet to be completed or yet to be finished. And I think to a degree has 2, not fully, but solved 1 or 2 of them as well, though. Yeah, Sean.
Sorry, Jack. Just want to jump on that. With the DOF, I think he may or may not have addressed all of our tangible problems, but I think that there's one problem that there might be a slight improvement in. I was talking on my show the other night. Someone I forget who it was, chimed in with a comment, and it was a wonderful thing. It was Tottenham. We're talking about how we failed to win trophies, and someone came in with a statistic which I didn't realize, that in the last 20 years under Levy, we may have only won 1 trophy, but we've actually made it to 16 semi-finals or finals, right? And we've fallen by the wayside in 15 of those things. And so my idea, my mindset is that if you're good enough to get that far with whatever team you have, if you're good enough to get to the final, you should be good enough to win it. And sometimes I think that there's an intangible which we don't always think about, which is that winning mindset. And so when you say that DOF hasn't addressed a problem area yet, I do think a problem area is we have a lack of players that have a winning mindset. But with Bentancur, to your point, Jack, to your point, Dave, earlier, the guy's won 2, 3 leagues with Juventus. So maybe we've signed somebody not only who can add value on the pitch, but who can also add value in the dressing room, because he has a winning mindset. And if you look through the Tottenham team without the new signings, the only person I can think of outside of Hugo Lloris, who won the World Cup, I think Ben Davies may have once won a trophy with, once, I forget who his previous club was. Swansea when they won the cup or when they won something, right? But apart from that, the entirety of our first 11 haven't won shit. And so having someone like a Bentancur in, we now have a midfielder who's got a winning mentality, who knows what it takes to get across the line. So I do think that not only are we addressing problems in holes on the pitch, but we're addressing intangibles like mindset, winning psychology, and Bentancur has.
Great point, Dara. Great point, Dara.
And I just want to add, I see some people saying, about our bench with these players gone. Dele Alli, Celso, and Ndombele didn't even make the bench in the last game against Chelsea. Their time had come to an end. So we look, maybe Gil, you could say maybe, that's an option missing off the bench. I'll probably get that one. But I don't know. I just don't think we're done yet. I just don't.
I don't think we're done, but this is the whole point. I know people are worried by seeing 3 guys out the door like that. It's scary to think about, but we just have to think about how little these guys have actually played for us, how little they actually offer to us, how much they're being paid.
Yeah.
And you take that all into consideration, and it's like, get them out. Just get them out. And maybe, yes, bring someone else in to fill their spot, but it could be an under-23 player. And an under-23 player, I'm not kidding, you could make the argument, might have more use to Antonio Conte than Dele did, or Tanguy did, or Gio did. Those players were useless to Conte. Conte didn't want to work with them. He didn't think he could actually mold them into something like Christian Eriksen. He didn't seem to think that. It's just, I don't know, at that stage, you just have to get them out. And I know it's scary to see 3 players gone, but it's something you just have to come to terms with and realize that those players just never did anything for us and weren't doing anything for us, and we're hunking up a ton of wages, and you just have to get them out. You kind of you got to rip the Band-Aid off. Richard Blackdog saying, loving the show, lads. Could I ask the 600 guys and gals watching to smash a like, please? Rocking the positivity. Come on, you Spurs.
And a subscribe.
And a subscribe as well. Richard, absolute legend, my man. Absolute legend. And also really appreciate it as well, Dave. He took the time to put in a donation as well, just to say this. It's really nice vibes. Really, really very nice from Richard.
No, big up Richard Blackdog. Honestly, my man, what a man. And look, I mean, look, the Spurs fan base hasn't been a nice place to be for the last month, and the fact that we've got some positive things going on today, I'm absolutely delighted because, we were all expecting to sit here, doom and gloom, think the worst, no signings coming in because we couldn't get players out. Well, I mean, it's absolutely all happening today. And I'm just glad that we're kind of having a positive end to this window, in my opinion. Look, there's going to be many people out there that disagree with me and tell me I'm wrong. But in my opinion, I think we've done a good job this window. And nothing to be negative about, really.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Richard Blackdog, really appreciate support. Also, very, very nice of you to put this in a super chat, just to say this as well, just to say that. And I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I'm glad you're enjoying the positivity, but I'm liking your positivity as well, Richard. Big yourself up, my man. Paul Markey saying, when the fuck is Winks going, please?
Never going to happen.
I think he's just, I don't know. He's everybody's little.
He's here till the summer at least.
Summer, yeah.
I think he's here forever. I think he's here forever. That's never going to happen. Paul, one day, my man. Maybe one day, but big yourself up, Paul. Good to see you in here as well. Yasin Shakur saying, remember Eriksson went for 20 million. I agree, Sean. Maybe we're just that far behind, I think, on the
we are. We just need to catch up.
I appreciate the agreement, but I'm not sure what we're talking about.
We're so far
Sorry
behind.
about that, Yasin. Sorry about that, Yasin. Big yourself up, though, my man. He seems to agree with Sean, and Eriksson went for 20 million. And and I think he means that with Inter not maybe wanting to use him at the end of the day, he went for 20 million, and Conte didn't want to use him at first. I think you're right, Yasin. Darkson G saying, remember in the summer, we sold Sissoko to Watford. I think enough people are forgetting Sissoko is gone.
That was a great
Poirier is gone. Bobo is gone. All the outgoings.
How much did we get for him? How much did we sign him for? Like 3 million, wasn't it, or something?
It was around 10. 10 or 12.
Was it 10? Was it that much? Was it fair enough? Yeah.
I couldn't care. I was just delighted he went, to be honest with you. Honestly, the guy couldn't shoot, pass, or control the football. I was so happy we managed to get rid of him.
Moondog in here saying, just think we won't have to have any more discussions about them. That is another thing that hasn't been spoken about. I might even be able to cut down on my blood pressure tablets. Yep. Oh, that's the OG joke of this channel. That is the OG
Fantastic
joke. Yabba dabba doo. Dave, fewer blood pressure tablets. Don't have to go into the pharmacy so much anymore. Don't have to see the doctor as much. We don't even have to talk about Tanguy, Gio, or Deli anymore. Honestly,
Thankful.
Feels like a weight has been lifted off you, Dave. I can tell your posture has even changed.
Oh, honestly, Jack, it has. I mean, it's just like, you hear people during games. Why didn't you bring on Ndombele? Why didn't you bring on the Celso? Why is he not bringing on Alli? And it's like, we can put all that to bed now. I don't have to keep sitting there repeating myself. That don't offer anything. They're absolutely dog shit to us at the minute. Why would you bring them off a bench when you can't trust them? So that's good. Plus, with them gone, it now gives Conte a chance. It means like these players won't be the leader of again, hopefully another manager falling to these players, because once players become out of favour, they end up going to the likes of Ndombele, Lo Celso, Alli, siding with them, and then it just creates a bigger problem. So that's that gone. And honestly, I'm just delighted I don't have to watch them in any more cup games. I've always said this, I can accept mistakes or close games when we're playing a mixture of some of the backup brigade and the under-23s. But I could not accept it when you players out there on 200 grand a week, full internationals out there barely scraping by League One teams, losing to NS Mora, losing to Dynamo Zagreb, and the list goes on and on and on and on. So hopefully now we've put that to bed as well, because I couldn't do it anymore. And plus, they were blocking up all the under-23s. That's why you've seen Nonu Madueke even go to PSV, who we've been trying to get back.
Correct.
That's why you've seen Dennis Sirkin leave, go to Sunderland. And Harvey White was the next one out the door. But thank God now we're looking at maybe loaning him out. And then this summer coming back in, I reckon it'd be between him and Papa Massar battling to see who stays at Tottenham. And that's what you need because, these players have given up. They've given up. At least when you have the under-23s in, they try. And when they try, you probably see much better performances in them sort of games than players not trying. So big up, Moondog. I'm absolutely delighted, my man. I'm absolutely over the moon.
Paul Markey saying Jan is the prep. Real work is due later in the summer.
Spot on.
So this is all the prep work. Yeah, like we said, he had to clean the kitchen in January, do a bit of prep work for the meal that's yet to be made in summer. He's absolutely marinating all the tofu, tofu, what am I saying? All the tuna. I was going to say tuna. He's marinating the tuna, marinating everything, just getting it all set up, prepping all the food. That's what he's doing. The Don is cooking, Paul. The Don is cooking, and just let him cook. Asama saying Mr. Paratici and Conte asked to leave, plus the protest makes Levy uncomfortable of PR. Levy has given Paratici the freedom. 2 more players might come in if possible. Do you think that there were some murmurings, Sean, that Paratici and Conte, maybe asked to leave, or maybe we're putting pressure on Levy themselves? Do you think Paratici could have been putting pressure on Levy this window? Do you think Conte could have?
I don't know, man. This is one of those things that's just pie in the sky stuff. None of us know anything. We base all of our opinions on what's happening, what's not happening, on what the journalists say, and the journalists usually just make things up with clickbait headlines to get everyone clicking on their sites to get their AdSense revenue. So I don't know. Also, more, I appreciate the question, I appreciate the suggestion, but I hope not. But I got no idea, man. There's nothing that you can go on with substance that would suggest that that's true. So I don't think so, but who knows?
I would say an angry Conte, an angry Paratici, an angry Brian Daigle. I think Daniel Levy eventually just succumbed. Eventually just, gave way to the pressure. He gave way to what could happen if he didn't press the green button. So I think that's what's happened here, Asama. And Levy, I think he has given Paratici more freedom. Read it to me, Dave.
I just want to be fresh off the press. Tottenham have officially signed Rodrigo Bentancur from Juventus. They have announced the deal. Rodrigo to Tottenham, announced by Juve. So that is a done deal. It's official. He has come to Tottenham. Come on!
Wow. Also, we'll talk about this later, but the fee is also quite low. The guy is valued at around the guy's valued at around 22.5 million, and he's also, his value has kind of been on a bit of a free fall, but he's still valued at around 22.5 million, and we get him for that much. I would say we haven't overpaid. That's all I will say. We haven't overpaid. Maybe he doesn't turn out to be good, but we haven't overpaid for it at the end.
That's important, Jack.
This is $4 million away from Jack Clark. This is $4 million away from Jack Clark we're talking.
Yeah, when you put it like that, lad, that's actually a fantastic deal.
Yeah. And we paid for Jack Clark 2 years ago when inflation was, the value of money was probably 12% lower than what it is now, right? So it's
pretty ridiculous. Asma, just want to say, hopefully those 2 players come in that you're maybe talking about. Big yourself up, my man, though. Really do appreciate the support. And maybe Paratici's enjoying the freedom. Maybe he's enjoying the freedom, like you said. Jason Bell saying, so many times we've been just a player or 2 short and we don't win that trophy. Then we downgrade the squad instead of getting what we need to win. Dave, do you feel like maybe this time could be different compared to what Jason Bell is saying here? I think he's spot on. He's absolutely right. But maybe this time is different. Maybe this time is different is my argument.
I would say it's different. Look, the reason why I say that, and the reason why I was full on sure when I seen the Kulusevski and Bentancur links that we could get it done is because Paratici was able to get it done with Romero when other big clubs were interested. And I do think that Paratici probably has that bit of extra pulling power that Paratici or that Hitchen maybe didn't have, or maybe from Daniel Levy that license to actually go and get these deals over the line that maybe Steve Hitchen didn't have. Look, we could still end up it could be the case. We have a good summer. We get back to challenging and stuff like that where we were on the Pochettino at Conte. We can see we're a player 2 short. do the board go again? It may very well be a case where they decide not to roll the dice again, and we could be back to square one. But in terms of where we are today, in terms of where we were heading, which was backwards on the decline, you know, we had to be a little bit patient. Paratici was always have to come in here. And Jack, we've been through all the signings Steve Hitchen made. There was a lot of dross that this guy Paratici had to get rid of. He had to get rid of them. He had to get rid of them off the wage bill in order for him to be able to bring his plan to fruition. And I think hopefully maybe this summer, Jack, you know, that plan can finally come to fruition. Because let's not forget, you know, come the summer, we still have to pay for Romero. Still have to pay 50, 60 million. Where is that going to come from? Does that come out of the summer budget? Then do we still have the money to go big? But look, as in terms of where we are now, the here and now, we've had a very good window going forward. And it just means that if we do want to go big in the summer, we can afford to now that a lot of these players, since Paratici has arrived, and I'm including the ones in the summer, are now off the books. And we've gotten players to help the situation compared to our other top four rivals. So I would say we've actually been putting good, but I'm not going to make that call on, you know, will we fall one or two short? Because I kind of want to wait and see. I still believe, I still don't know, you know. I still hang on to what he done under Pochettino, where, you know, you're looking for them to maybe give that little bit extra and to bring in Clinton and G and Kevin and Kudu, and it's kind of like, come on, guys, we're just not short off a title here, you know. So I just hope they don't make that same mistakes. But like Sean said, it seems like there could be a change in the way we operate.
There could be. And I definitely see where you're coming from, though, Jason. I definitely see where you're coming from. And I would say the benefit of doing business now is that means we don't have to make up for business lost in the winter. So the fact that we've done business to start with, it doesn't then mean in the summer that means we need to get in 2 extra players. You know, we're not making up for maybe players that we missed out on in the winter. You know, we've signed players in the winter, which makes our job a bit easier in the summer. Still a lot to do in the summer, but it's made it a bit easier. Rev King or Wrecking saying fans need to put some respect on Levy's name. I completely disagree, Wrecking, but you know, at the end of the day, I think the respect that needs to be put on is on Paratici's name. I think the Don has taken a lot of heat, Wrecking, so I would say just tweak that a little bit to Paratici's name, and I feel like, you know, maybe I would agree with you. I just feel like the respect is being put back on Paratici. You can still think he's not a good director of football. I think you're allowed to think that, but to say that he hasn't done quite a bit of good business this window, I think you would be kind of lying to yourself to me. But Wrecking, appreciate the support, though. Appreciate support, my man. And Philip Brady saying, thanks to Don Paratici, he has turned the mood from despair to real hope in 48 hours. Solid new signings, and most of the deadwood has been moved on. And we have Kuva99 joining us as well, maybe. Hey! Kuva, how we keeping, my man?
Just
good here, thanks. It's all picking up, isn't it?
Yeah, and what would you say to this? Do you feel like your mood has changed in 48 hours, according to Philip Brady?
I'm not overly enthusiastic on the signings so far. I mean, they're okay. There's potential, but the ones going out, oh my god, yeah. I've said before, I'd be happy getting rid of the deadwood and just bringing in the academy players, just have a squad full of players all pulling in the same direction. That'd be fantastic. How long is it since we've had that?
Yeah.
I like that, actually. Not fully convinced or not ecstatic about the incomings, but the outgoings have practically, honestly, I feel like I'm floating with the outgoings. It's
a very fair assessment, Kuba, considering you're a Levy out guy.
I'm still Levy out, yeah.
I know you are, but considering you are how staunchly Levy out you are, it's a fair assessment. Like, I don't expect you to suddenly be Levy in because of this, you are.
Yes, it's the first time I've got real sort of first time I got real sort of hopes about Paratici, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say that as well.
Big question marks before that. Getting those 3 out.
You call him a Don, because I know before you wouldn't. So will you call him one now?
Not yet. He's working on it. He's growing on me. He is growing on me. Yeah.
Sir Paratici, maybe he could also take, he could become Sir Paratici. But Philip, really appreciate the support. He has gone. The Don Paratici is coming into it. We're starting to see it. And he's turned all our moods from absolute despair, from absolute agony, from honestly existential crisis to all of a sudden, we're flying high. All of a sudden we're flying high. So Paratici, thank you very much. And also really appreciate you as well, Philip.
No, big up, Philip, my man. I really appreciate the support. It's good to see Philip with a smile on his face. I know he's absolutely buzzing. My man, Philip, big yourself up. He's delighted to see some of these wasters go, and I absolutely love it. And we are about to bring on Ben Kaufman, Sean, Jack. I know we're going till 6. So if any of you want to, hop off and go and get a drink or
yeah, I'll do that, back, and then Sean and I will trade.
Yeah, we had a bit of confusion about whether we were coming on or not.
Do you want me to go? I can go if you want.
No, Jack, you said you want to go for a drink.
Yeah, I was just going to go for a drink, and maybe Sean and I will trade. We'll go in and out musical chairs.
No worries. So, look, there you have it. Jack's gone off for a drink. No, we were always going to bring you on. Do you know what it was, Kuva? We were so far behind in the chat. I wanted to catch up with the chat so that we could give you a chance to share.
Yeah, no worries. It was complicated when Dermot suddenly wasn't available. We thought, perhaps it was a whole sort of swap thing.
No. I wanted to, my whole plan was to bring on 45 minutes.
Hey, chill.
No, I'm just saying. The whole plan was to, bring on channels and give everyone about 45 minutes.
Ben's coffees, relax, mate.
No, I've had 3 espressos today, lad. That's why I'm buzzing. But not 3 of Ben's, but I will have them when I get over there.
Yeah.
But Ben, just quickly, what's your thoughts on the transfer window so far?
Right, I can answer it like this. 1. Right, all 3 of these are getting drunk. Dom Paratashi's at the wheel. Fuck off, Jelly. This is going to be a great day.
No, it definitely is. That's for sure. I'm absolutely buzzing. Dark Sun G says, remember, we kept Lloris for 2 more seasons as well. Yeah, 100%. And that is a good point to make as well. We tied Hugo Lloris down to a new contract. But I did say coming into this window, players that sign new contracts, I'm not counting the signings. No way. It's just business that they should have done already. But big up Dark Sun G, my man. Really appreciate the support. Kuva, I just want to come to you quickly. What's your thoughts on the Ndombele deal, man? 65 million option to buy for Leon.
It sounds a bit too good to be true, that really, doesn't it? I just wonder if all of that is actually true. The important bit for me is he's just out of the door at the moment. I couldn't care less where he'd gone or what was promised. If he's gone for the rest of this season, we can enjoy this season at least. I mean, to be honest, if it's an option to buy, it sounds like we're just going to have him back in the summer and still won't shift him. But we'll see. I suppose it's a case of let's hope he has a blinder while he's there and somebody wants to fork out some money for him.
Do you know what? I hope so. I do fear that maybe it could hinge on them maybe getting Champions League with him in the team. But what I will say is that we still do owe Leon money as part of that deal. So I do hope, that it's not 65 million they have to owe us. It's just we cancel what we owe them. Maybe a small bit of change. That would be nice. But Ben, as well, what's your thoughts on it? It's a good deal to get done.
In the words of my father, it's snatching victory out the jaws of defeat with getting these signings out. Celso is useless, needs to go. Dele needs to go. Tongi needs to go. All 3 are toxic characters for the dressing room. And it looks like the sun is a little bit brighter now these stormy clouds are moving out of the way. So all I can hope for is now that these 4 players are going out the door, including Brian Hill on loan, maybe we will see 2 more come in. You don't know, because there's now enough blokes. There's now enough spaces to bring a few more in because of the 25-man squad rule. Maybe we can see us going for some late deals. Who knows? We've still got 6 hours left, so it's plenty of time to get the contracts on the table.
No, the chairman we have, and we will ask Kuva as well, and then I have a question for all 3 is to get Shawnee back in. But knowing the chairman we have, do you think we will roll the dice again this transfer window?
I certainly hope so. We could do with the right wing back for a start. Bit of extra cover up front for Kane. Bit of extra cover in central defence. That would be a hell of a window, wouldn't it? Well, depending on who they are. I mean, lot of noise about Lamptey at right back for the right wing back slot. I mean, I really like him. He's exciting. But
I don't think that's happening this season, to be honest.
It's unlikely, isn't it? But it was unlikely we were going to shift all of this Deadwood in one window as well, wasn't it? But here we go. Never know. If we actually get some genuinely some more players in those key positions where we're lacking the cover, that suddenly becomes very, very optimistic top 4 shout then, doesn't it?
Why couldn't you have done this earlier in the window, just to give some of us a bit of less, what's it called, blood pressure? It's like we're purposely making us get higher blood pressure.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, that's why I've still got criticisms about it, because if we'd got them in 1st of January, I mean, surely you've identified your targets beforehand. If we got them in nice and early, perhaps they could have made the difference in a few of those league games. We might have got some more points out of it. If we that draw against, like, say, Southampton, if we turn that into a win, extra 2 points at the end of the season. If that's the difference between us hitting top 4 and failing, you're going to have to look at this transfer window and say, we did have a chance to do something about that.
Well, hang on though. You're making massive. First of all, nobody does business in January, in the first week of January. Like, all of the clubs, I can really list off right now there's only 2 clubs that have joined the Premier League until before today or before yesterday that were above 10 million. Right, so nobody does it. No one does business early. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's a game of Mexicans. We've done the whole analogies. And also, even if we did, it doesn't mean that those players would have played in the Southampton game. And even if they did play in the game, it doesn't mean that we would have won. So you can't, you're making all of these, suppositions.
Well, that's because I said might have.
You also just said, then we'd look back and go, well, this January window wasn't as good as it could have been. I don't know, Cooper. I don't know.
Does feel like the club have invested in a blood pressure pill company just to get some of the blood pressure pills.
What part of Kulusevski might have played against Southampton and scored a winner is not good then?
Just a bit of news, breaking news. Juventus have also confirmed Spurs' 18-month loan deal for Dejan Kulusevski. Tottenham will pay 8.3 million for the loan, 2.5 million this season and 5.8 million for next season. There's also an obligation to buy the Swedish permanently if certain sporting criteria are met, and an option if not. Both are for 29.2 million. So there you have it. Kulusevski loaned in with 2.5 million this season.
They've also confirmed Bentancur.
Oh, yeah, no, they've already confirmed that. I've done that one. They actually confirmed that one first, believe it or not. But the Dejan Kulusevski one has been confirmed. So the 2 of them are now done deals. Just get the super chat from Sean Mitchell. He says, hope to see more of a togetherness now with the shit stirring gone. Good to see you all here. Great panel. Come on, you Spurs. And that's 100%, Sean. I mean, with some of these players gone, hopefully we do see a lot more togetherness. Hopefully there is no negative toxicity. I mean, we've already had to isolate one. Alli was sitting at home during the Chelsea game, came out this window. Not anyone around the club likes Celso. Staff find him weird. Apparently he's arrogant. So you can't have these players at a club like Tottenham. We're underdogs. We need hungry players ready to go.
Yeah.
Where they get hard on turning over a big team. You know what I mean? Where they're up for every single game. And hopefully now with them guys gone, you can do this, because with them guys in the team, they'll always have 1 or 2 friends. And that, all of a sudden that becomes 3, 4, 5, 6 players who maybe aren't doing exactly what Conte wants. And you cannot have that at a club. If a Conte system to work, everyone has to be pulling the same way. So hopefully, that is rectified. Sorry, Sean, I know you had your hand up there, my man.
I was just going to say, it's probably time for me to bounce, right? You've got this 5 of us now. I can jump off. Thank you.
You want to stay on for another 5 minutes, lad? I just want to go and do something quickly and then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I can stay on as long as you want, but there's 5 people in the chat, so I can jump off and.
Yeah. No, I'm going to jump off for 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Yeah, no worries.
Do as you're told, Shawnee.
Do as you're told. Do as you're told. Stay here.
Good boy, Shawnee. Good boy. Good dog.
To finish that point, though, we do think about it. It is bringing more squad unity, because we've gotten rid of the human crayon TikTok star. We've gotten rid of, somebody who only wanted to play for Argentina. We've gotten rid of somebody who hated playing for us and, brought probably a really stinking attitude into the club. It's victories in lots of ways. Not just getting to a degree bad players out, but also bad attitudes. Wayne Bonner here saying, great stream. David, Jack, and Sean, big yourself up, Wayne. It's good to have you as well, my man. It's good to see you in here, Wayne, as well, but big yourself up and do appreciate support. Dark Sun G is also saying, David, Dejan has been announced. from Romano 3 minutes ago. I think it's being announced on the Spurs website actually as well. I think it's being announced officially by Spurs. So it's being absolutely confirmed in every single way. I think it is practically reaching till they're holding the shirt time. So I think we're reaching that stage of it. But Dark Sun G says, by the way, Kuba, the Southampton match was in December. Yeah, I mean, he's going to catch you on that every time. He's catching you on that every time.
I hope Sean doesn't pick up on that one.
So it doesn't even know there's 12 months in a year, Kuba. Thinks there's only 11.
Wait, what's that? What have I missed?
Apparently, the Southampton game was in December.
It was in December, so it wouldn't have mattered on this transfer window. So I was hoping you wouldn't have spotted that, and you didn't.
No, I didn't spot it.
Dark Sun G will catch you though. Dark Sun G.
He's always watching. He's always lurking.
Yeah, exactly. Big yourself up though, Dark Sun G. Like I said, just catch him every time. He'll be the fact checker as well as the stats man in the chat. Absolute legend, Dark Sun G. But boys, do you feel like if you were to make one more signing, I think that's probably what we could expect is potentially one more signing. Let's say one more signing happens. What sort of position would it be in? I'll go around the panel here. Ben, what position would you sign it in and why?
For me, it has to be a specialist right wing back to really get this team unit, because it seems like Emerson is not the right player for this. He might actually be all right as a right centre back. The way he plays, he might be good in that position. But for me, at this moment in time, he's not quick enough for the right wing back role, and he doesn't create enough chances as a right wing back.
Yeah.
So I would be looking at a specialist right wing back, or even a right winger we can convert to a right wing back, because that's going to be the difference for this team, having two fullbacks that will keep on going and putting pressure on the other team. So that's what I would be looking at.
Great answer there, Ben. Great answer. I completely agree. I don't even know if I could put it much better myself. But Kuva, could you put it in a better way, or do you have a different answer?
Same answer, really. I just want to see a right wing back that can cross the ball, really. A bit of pace about them, a lot of stamina, they can get up and down the pitch and cross the ball. That's the primary parts for the right wing back. Defensive side of it, it's almost secondary. You can teach that into players, but natural ability to just pick players out on the cross. You know, if you're not doing that by the time you're age 23, are you really going to learn it? I don't think so personally, but
is that kind of the two-part kind of thing with when it comes to a wing back or a fullback? It kind of feels that way, where it's you have to be really good on one side of it. It's like if you're in a back three, back five system, if you're a wing back, you have to be unbelievable going forward, and then defense is secondary. Where I feel like in a back four, it's kind of like you have to be pretty solid defensively, and then you can also be good going forward. But it seems to be kind of both systems, and maybe Emerson is just fallen victim to that, being really bad going forward, but good defensively. And
remember having this conversation with you before,
not knowing what to do.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, weren't we? They're very polarizing of wing backs. Yeah. People will look at the defensive side, people will look at the attacking side, but an ideal one does both. But it's Emerson seems to be half of that player. He's got a defensive side seems okay-ish, but he's horrible going forward, absolutely horrible. So I think that's our priority position at the moment. Other than that, the one that doesn't get talked about too much is our goalkeeper, because what happens if Lloris gets injured?
Newcastle signing Henderson, right?
For the rest of the season? I don't.
Really?
Will Galini make the flight back from Paris in time as well, for the games? That's the other thing that we'll have to think about. Yeah, I mean, that's very true. To be fair, though, we were supposedly going after Alexander Nubel, the guy who's on loan at Monaco. Didn't really make a lot of sense. I feel like we're going after an English keeper. If we're going after anybody, we're going after an English keeper of sorts. I could see us getting Dean Henderson. I could see us going after Sam Johnston. I could see us going after an English keeper, because that sort of source and that sort of story seem legitimate, that Conte wanted an English keeper. I think we'll finish with Sean on that question. Is it also for you, right wing back? Is that what you would sign if you had one more signing?
Yeah.
Got it.
100%. Yeah.
Spot on. For me as well, I would love to sign maybe another center back as well, maybe make it more elite, but I think that sounds like probably a bit too hard. But another question I feel like I need to ask the panel, though, is maybe we now kind of look around, look at our neighbors here, kind of see if the grass is greener on the other side kind of situation. If we're looking at, let's say, Arsenal, looking at Man United, looking at West Ham, are we having a better window than they are? What do you think? I'll start with Sean and go back around this time. With Sean, do you feel like we're having a better window than maybe our rivals for top 4?
Yeah, I do. Listen, I think that West Ham are going to be a real threat in the summer. You know, they've got that new investment in from that billionaire oligarch who I think he only bought like 25% of the company or of the club, but you know, he's going to come in and put maybe 300, 400 million or something in. I don't know what West Ham were valued at, but let's call it $1 billion just for argument's sake. He's going to put 250 million in. That money's going to go into signing. So I think the West Ham are going to be dangerous in the summer. I don't think they're going to be dangerous I don't think they're going to be a threat. If anything, I think that Tottenham are going to do okay against most of the teams that are below us. Where we always screw ourselves up is against the better teams generally. And I think that West Ham are probably more likely to nick points against some of the teams that don't take West Ham as seriously as they do against us. So I don't think that West Ham are that much of a worry, but I don't think that their window's been very good. I think we do have to concern ourselves with them in the summer. Aston Villa, I think, are doing a lot of good stuff. Everton are trying their best to survive. Newcastle, all of these clubs that are, you know, doing things, they're not threats to us imminently. They're maybe threats in the future, or maybe they're just worrying about their own survival. Like I look at Southampton and think that they're going to be a threat. They've got a lot of investment coming their way. In terms of the clubs that are actually going after top 4, you look at Arsenal, Tottenham, Manchester United. I think that's base and Arsenal. I think Arsenal look like, unless something changes, I think they've gone backwards. Manchester United have probably gone backwards with the news about Mason Greenwood. Oh, sorry, was it Mason? Yeah, Mason Greenwood. I don't think that I think that we definitely improved versus them, and everything in life is relative. Who knows what will happen with Manchester United? They don't need new signings. They just need a new mentality. They've got enough talent all throughout their team to be able to smash at us all day long. But I don't think there's like a clinical and a synchronization amongst their playing staff and playing and a non-playing coaching level that can sort that stuff out before the end of the year. So I think it's ours for the taking. I do think we're a better favourite. On February the 1st, the odds of us finishing 4th will be stronger than they were over the last 30 days as things stand. Who knows what will happen in the next 7 hours, but yeah, to answer your question directly, I think that we've improved versus our direct competition.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I could see that argument. Kuva, do you feel like we're having a better window than our rivals for top 4? Arsenal, Man United, West Ham?
Yeah, I agree with Sean here. We are definitely, the deals we've done, first of all, getting rid of that deadwood is a major thing. That's team morale. That's spirit in the squad. Is inspirational to youngsters. You don't want Ndombele and Dele Alli dragging their heels about. They want to see people determined to get the points on the board and win things. Win every match is really important. So getting everybody pulling in the same direction for a start, that is a massive plus. Now the players coming in, yeah, that certainly adds to the team. Debatable how much at the moment. I mean, Kulusevski is obviously the one you get the more excited about on the two. He's the one with the potential goals in him, bit of flair, bit of trickery, but he works bloody hard as well from what I've seen and what I've been told as well, and that fits in perfectly with the Conte team. So it kind of fits that. He could fit that sort of advanced midfielder role, that almost a cam, but it's not quite a cam sort of thing. But he also can all fit that Lucas Moura role on the right, and even at times he can slot in the middle up front, bit of an emergency forward. But we've seen that done before. So he's definitely adding to a bit of spice to what we need up front. Might be able to unlock a couple of those defences where we couldn't before. We're in a better state. Well, as Sean said, West Ham in the summer, I'm really worried about what they're going to start doing then, because that looks like an awful big lump of chump change they've got saved up for the new owners. Remains to be seen what they can do with it, but that's a worry. Arsenal, well, they pretty much
did a lot of business in the summer, West Ham, and so maybe they're kind of not feeling like they can really stretch the pockets. Maybe in the winter, they're just going to have to see what they can do till next summer. That's what I'm thinking, because they spent a lot for what they're used to and the caliber of players they brought in as well. Maybe they might get Lingard, considering that situation, but I don't know.
Possible. They're also quite a settled team. I mean, bar some like injuries and things that's knocked them off their stride a little bit, and perhaps they're not used to extended cup runs to go with keeping it, maintaining great league form. So they fell off the tracks a little bit. But I mean, it's only a question of time they'll get back on the wagon and start pushing again. But I don't see them doing anything today really, transfer wise. They don't need to. They might have a speculative little thing for somebody really quality to improve the first team. That could be a worry if they get one. Man United, as Sean says, there's something not quite right about them at the moment. Forget the Mason, the Greenwood stuff. It's just in general. Ronaldo hasn't quite fitted in as easily as they would have hoped. So there seems to be a bit of friction, a bit of the jigsaw's not quite come together as they would have hoped. And I don't see them as big a threat as they should be. But there's always the worry that they do get their act together and then it does click, and then they've definitely got some quality players there. So they're not out of the race, but I think we're favourite over them. Now, that brings us to Arsenal, who have done their business. They've got a settled squad.
They've done their outgoings.
Yeah. Well, they got that. They basically put the team together during the summer, really, last season. Last summer, didn't they? It's taken them a while to start gelling, and they needed Ramsgate to shore up that leaky defence and keep them in some games and get them points they didn't deserve. But that they've built confidence while that happens, and they've got an annoying habit of keep picking up the wins on all the lesser games. They'll fall apart in the big games, sure they will, but I mean, nobody wins all their games anyway. But they're picking up an alarming percentage of wins otherwise. I do see them as our major threat for fourth place at the moment.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but that's the way I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but as far as this transfer window goes, we definitely outperformed those rivals because we needed to.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to get to as well. At the end of the day, maybe we did outperform our rivals, but did we maybe need to more than the rest of them? Probably would say so. So at least at the end of the day, we should be happy that we've done it, but we should also realize that we desperately needed to more than maybe they did. Just to finish here, that I think Sean needs to get out of here, and Sean has done an absolute service with us. Doing the early shift with us on this transfer kind of stream. Sean, where can people find you, and where can they find more of you?
Oh, you're on mute now.
Sorry. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. It's been a wonderful last couple of hours. Everything's looking superb. You can find me at Spurs Talk Show, all one word. I think Dave's put the link, or Jack's put the link in the chat. I'm on the march to 300 subscribers. I think I've got 290 at the moment, so I would be over the moon if we could start February with 300. Would be awesome. But yeah, you can find me there. Most of the time you can find me here. You can also find me on the channel with the guys are below, Tottenham Tantrum Gold as well. Bit of a kind of channel whore, but I am trying to get to 300 on my own channel. And I appreciate you all for having me on. See you soon.
And look, Shawnee, we're not finished until 6, so maybe come back to us before we end.
For sure. Yeah, if you need me, I'll come back.
We have Tottenham Tantrum going on for 45 minutes now. I think James from Spurs Related is joining, so come back on and join us if you want, my man.
Yeah, no worries. Look forward to it.
Perfect. And everybody, do get over to Sean's channel, smash that subscribe button. He does a hell of a lot for us over here. He does a hell of a lot for Tottenham Tantrum Gold and every other channel he's asked to appear on. So let's share the love. He's a Spurs fan at the end of the day. It's a loving day with all the players we've got out and the 2 new ones coming in. So just share it. Get over to Sean's channel. It is here in the chat. Just simply click on it, get over, smash that subscribe button, and come back. But Shawnee, my man, I'll see you soon. Go and have a break.
Catch you, Sean.
Go and have a glass of wine and get some early prep done for you.
Look forward to it. Cheers, fellas. Take care.
I'll see you soon, my man. Big up, Sean,
Catch
everybody.
Sean.
Give him a lot of love in the comments. But sorry, Jack, we'll get back to where you were there.
I think we were might have been on that super chat, but we also needed to ask Ben, I believe, before we get to the super chat. I do apologize, Gwen. We will get to you. Ben, do you feel like we've outdone maybe our rivals for the transfer window kind of this, this time? Do you feel like we needed to more than the rest of them? I mean, how do you feel about the transfer window? Did we do better than them?
Well,
than
to
the
start
rivals?
with, I'd like to say a minute of silence for Arsenal, who are having to spend £8.5 million on Aubameyang's wages for the rest of the season. So a minute of silence for them. I mean, not every team can get their most expensive players off their wage bill. So, yeah. When it comes to the top four, I mean, I think a lot of the top four teams are in dire straits at the moment in terms of their transfers. Man United are in dire straits at the moment with some of the players there having to get out. Arsenal, I think they've got a pretty decent squad at this moment in time, so we do need to be worried about them, as Kuva says. West Ham is an unknown entity because they pick up some big points, and it all depends on us at the end. With these signings, if these signings start performing, we're getting top four easy. We just need them to perform. I mean, as I've been saying in the group chat all day, these two new players go straight into the team. They improve our squad immediately. Even if it means the likes of Skip and Højbjerg dropping out or Lucas Moura, they improve our starting 11 because they are much better players for us. But it will depend what will happen at 11 o'clock. Maybe we'll get one or two more in. If we get one or two more in, that's an absolutely blinding window with the deadwood going out. But it shows that you can get the deadwood out even in January. So we have to be pessimistic, but we'll wait for the end of the day to see what's happening. But I don't like the Man United squad they look dreadful at the moment in time. They're scraping some wins, but they don't look good.
Yeah, I'm a little worried now that they don't have, Van de Beek to put on the 89th minute anymore. I'm a little worried for them actually for that. It's kind of, who will they put on in the 89th minute now? I'm actually not so sure. But Gwen Evans or Gwen, I do apologize for getting it wrong here. You guys all know top priority is a creative midfield player. We're joined by Phil Lattis, also as well from Tottenham Tantrum Gold. So we'll pass it on. You've probably gotten sick of hearing my voice, Gwen. So I'm going to pass it on to Phil here. Do you feel like a lot of us answered earlier, Phil? We feel like the next signing that needs to be made is a right wing back. Maybe you can agree with, Gwen here with saying, maybe it's more of a center mid that needs to be bought instead.
No, for me, definitely right wing back. If you look at the way Conte plays, he doesn't really have that kind of creative midfielder, does he? He's like, because the attacks come from your two wing backs, and then if he's got the three up front, I just think he's going down a different route of how we play, and that's why he's gone and got that additional guy that's come in, obviously just signed. But yeah, right wing back is there because Emerson, not convinced, and then when you look at Doherty, he's just too far off the pace, I'm afraid.
And when it comes to the transfer window in general, do you, in your heart, do you believe we will try and push for one more signing this window, or do you think that reports maybe earlier on that were suggested that maybe we are done this window?
The thing is, I'm obviously reading the Spurs media page, and it's like this. We're still looking at Jesse Lingard and a couple of other players, and you're like, but it depends on it. If we suddenly are going to potentially bang in 40 million for Dele Alli, that's like Christmas and everything all in one go. The sell-on fee potentially for Tanguy, but it's having those three bad eggs out of the club. I think will feel probably more like a signing than actually bringing anyone in. I do think I think the way Paratici is, he's got to be looking. Ideally they wanted right wing back and centre back, and they haven't done either of those. For me, for the next 6 months, I wouldn't say your centre back is as big a priority, because if your Dyer, Davis, and Romero are fit, it's okay. We're certainly not going to start and win the league next season with those three at centre back, but you've got more chance in the summer. But your right wing back is such a massive opportunity at the moment.
Definitely. Yeah. Big up, Gwen. Really do appreciate it. A great talking point. I mean, we got rid of 3 creative midfielders. Probably want to get another one, try our shots again at, a creative midfielder that might offer us nothing, but we probably should, get another one in the door. And I guess that's what they were saying. But Clayton Shearman here saying Tottenham Hotspur have only spent like 10 million, 3 million on a Kulu loan, a third of an installment of Bentancur, loan fees for Hill, Tanguy have saved money on the wage bill. Should be money for a good signing, still small outlay overall. He's basically, I think, trying to say, Dave, we haven't actually spent very much even this window, considering all the outgoings and considering the structures of the deal. What do you think?
No, look, it's facts. It's true. So some would probably argue that it's definitely a Daniel Levy window. That we spent barely anything, and that we've got a lot off the wages. You can't argue with that, but in terms of the players we got out, I mean, they added nothing to the squad, so we were going to have to get them out at some stage. In terms of the players in, look, maybe we could have spent more. Maybe we should have spent more. It comes back to maybe that super chat that we got earlier, Jack. Is it enough? Are we doing enough to kind of push on for what we need? That one where he was talking about trophies and stuff. And it's kind of like, maybe we haven't pushed the ball out as much as we would like.
Yeah.
There must have been money there, though, because if we agreed a fee with Porto for Diaz, we were planning to spend for it. There was no way we were putting that into a loan and delaying that. So that suggests there's money there possibly for a Lamptey or a right back, but it doesn't seem to be much in the talk at the moment.
I think we always know the money is actually there. I think we know the money could technically be invested. Just what are they willing to, what are they willing to shake out? What are they willing to find within the club's couch cushions is really what seems to be the case every window. But this time, I would say, we bid, I think, 35 to 40 million for Luis Diaz, I feel like, Phil. So this Kulusevski signing will pay 40 million in like 18 months. Kind of makes sense. It's a cheaper deal to a degree. Also for a player that's also not proven, I would say at the end of the day, Luis Diaz is an unbelievable signing, but, probably could be a bit of a risk, bringing into a team like ours instead of like Liverpool. And with Kulusevski, maybe 18 months on loan, then have to pay a bit more time on it. I think what Clayton's really trying to say here is haven't exactly spent too much really on these sort of players. And at the end of the day, it's actually, maybe it's a bit of a Levy window sort of still, but a lot of outgoings, and the players that we brought in aren't exactly the worst sort of kind, and, could challenge for the first team. Maybe a very Levy window, but a smart Levy window, I guess is what Clayton's trying to say.
Yeah. And maybe let me ask a question to the panel. Do you think that maybe it's the same old story, and the reason why the likes of Daigle is protesting, it's kind of like, the opportunity's there to push the ball out a bit more in the January transfer window. We haven't maybe pushed the ball out, as you see here. I think it's about 10 million spent overall in terms of money actual straight up front this window. And that, we done the signings and got the players out to kind of sugarcoat the protest maybe. Or not sugarcoat, but maybe, to take the attention away from the protests and stuff like that, and maybe say to fans, look, we are doing our best, but it's not good enough. Maybe we'll start with you, Kuva.
There's an element of things being done this late, and it's starting to be a bit of a panic. It's difficult to tell with so much of it, isn't it? I'd agree with what Clayton's saying here. It looks like we've made a little bit of room in the budget for getting another player in. Now, whether we do or not it really does show our ambition for this window, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because if we get one of those good decent signing right back whichever position, wherever we're short of a player, we push the boat out just that little bit further. Just say makes a bit of a statement saying we mean business this window. We're not going to cheapskate our way through and look at the balance book at the end of the season when we finish fifth. We're going to go, no, we're getting fourth. We'll make sure of it. We'll just put that little bit extra in, because even if we don't get fourth, we still improve the squad massively. That'll mean just restrictions on the summer signings. But the whole idea has got to be get fourth place at the moment. Yeah. If we don't, this season's a failure. because next season it's going to be harder than ever to get in that top 4. So if we don't get thrust ourselves in there now and make use of it with perhaps enticing a few bigger names into the club, with Conte in charge, with Champions League football on offer, we could be plummeting further down the table. Newcastle obviously are going to be starting to pull their way into the back. Looks like Villa are heading the same way. Southampton, even, they've got new owners with a lot of clout behind them. You never know what they're going to do. Find themselves another Pochettino and throw a few million at it. They could be suddenly snapping at their heels again. Not straight away, you wouldn't imagine, but it's on the horizon.
Maybe just another quick follow-up then question to you, Kuv, is do you think that the board could be anticipating, and that's why we've had the window we have this January, and it's kind of like, if you look at it, they've put us in the best position to be able to maybe go out and make them signings in the January transfer or in the summer transfer window, maybe act earlier because we've got the players out the door?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at it. This is panic stations time, because that ominous giant on the horizon of Newcastle, that when they do start smashing their way through, we're gonna have to be suddenly we might be looking at teams like Chelsea and Liverpool we're gonna have to compete with, because Newcastle we could see bombing away with it. They're becoming the second Man City. Are Chelsea still going to continue what they used to do in the early days and throw all these hundreds of millions at it? It seems like Abramovich has sort of tightened his belt over the years a little bit. You know, every now and then he'll have a flutter, but he's not going big guns at it. Newcastle aren't going to care about financial fair play. No. They're just going to get in massive signings and say, bollocks to you. You're not going to throw us out of the competition. We're too big for you. We've got world-class players.
Yeah.
So that'll happen without doubt, in my opinion. It's the worrying bit is the West Hams, the Villas, the Southamptons, because we could be in this pack where we're not even favourites in the chasing pack to be knocking on the door. So this is the time we've definitely got to get in there while we can. So get our foot through the door, get those quality players in the summer. Like I said, with Conte in charge, with Champions League football on offer. If we can do that, we might just manage to sort of wedge ourselves in there and make it very difficult for the others to break in there, even despite their huge outlays. That's it. It's make or break time for us, because if we mess this up, it's a long road back then.
100% correct, lad. 100% correct. It's and look, this is why these next two windows, this window in the summer, is absolutely crucial. But Clayton, my man, I really do appreciate the support,
great
brother.
Super chat.
An absolute great super chat. And maybe just one last question off the back of this to Ben. We'll bring Ben in here. Do you think that maybe the money that we have spent this January transfer window is maybe how cautious maybe we've been in getting the players off the books? Is maybe they're a bit worried about the attendances, that they haven't been able to sell out the stadium since October?
No, I think that's totally due to people lacking money in January. We've seen it in businesses all across the UK. It's not just football businesses where you've seen lacks of we've seen that this has been a very, very low month for sales. Like half the streets in this area are dead. Now that people have been paid, Shoreditch was rammed packed. So there was a lack of money going about because people aren't paid till late this month. So that's why I think it is. You could say a bit upset as well, but it's not going to be 20,000 less seats per game. That's a lot of seats to say 20,000 people unhappy with the way the club's going. But even then, we show people going into the stadium. So people are still paid for their tickets. It's just they haven't gone into the stadium. So it's not like that. It's not like Arsenal where they say they've got 60,000, 62,000 in their stadium, but only two people turn up. So I think it's a lack of money going around to get on the travel, go around the country. But in terms of getting people off the wage bill, I see it as an absolute win getting £500,000 pounds off the wage bill every single week. Yeah. We can put that towards someone else. That's a lot of money for the rest of the year. If we've got 6 months left. So maybe we could go for someone else, especially if apparently we've seen Delhi could be going for 40 million if all things go well there. So 40 million for Dele Alli, that's mind-boggling. He's useless. I wouldn't even take a packet of Frazzles for him. 40 million for him? That's a joke.
half a million per week taken off the expenses. That's like getting what, like Cristiano practically, like Cristiano Ronaldo off your wage bill or like something like that. When you think about it, I think we have to. It would be probably what, one of the third or fourth highest paid players in the world is probably on that sort of wage. It's like getting a player like that, and we're getting 3 of them that have added up to that. But getting 3 of those that add up to that sort of wage off of the books, that's, I don't know, more sizable than we think. It's like a whale of a huge bill.
It is, and I have a question for that. On we'll bring Phil in, Jack. You actually raised a good point. I just want to get this super chat from Dark Song G. He says, I think Wolves will finish higher than the Gooners and West Ham. Look, there's definitely potential for that to happen. Look, Arsenal have got a lot of players off the books, and they're leaving themselves short at the minute. Leaving themselves short up front. They're going into the second part of the season as it stands with Nketiah and Lacazette. That's not enough.
Aubameyang looks like it's about to fall through, though.
Yeah,
he's out there anyway. He won't play. He's out there anyway. He won't play. So they're still going into
Barcelona for nothing. That's hilarious. That's so funny that he's flown to Barcelona and there's like, no, it's not happening, mate.
At least they can say they finally filled that Ozil role.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think they have left themselves short at centre back as well, to be honest with you. So look, with West Ham, I honestly don't see them getting top 4. I'm not really worried about them, to be honest with you. I think they don't sign a striker this window, and an injury to Antonio, and their top 4 hopes are over. But just a quick question for you, not a quick question, just a question for you, Phil, is with what Jack was saying, and we've all been saying it all day, like Kuva Ben had been saying it as well. With all the money that we've got off the wage bill, you're talking potentially up to around 500k a week. Does that maybe free up a lot of money to get some of these players that are out of contract, coming out of contract, maybe free up money for us to be able to go and advance on them come February, March, and have sufficient money to be able to offer them?
With that, I mean, if you look at the players that are going out of contract this summer, there's some championship winning sides in there. With your Pogba's and Mbappe's, I'm sure we're not going to get those sort of players. But with that amount of salary now sat available, then it has to. I mean, the other point I've got as well is we've obviously just let Tanguy go back to Lyon. When we're talking about how good our business is, I wish we'd got in earlier and done a swap for Gamirez. I don't know if you guys have been talking about it earlier, but you're like, they sold him for 40 and potentially buying Tanguy back for 55. To be honest, for me, I'd have taken a like for like. You can have him and we'll take Bruno. But
do you know what, Phil?
You're playing on my heartstrings here, Phil, with that one. You're playing on my heartstrings.
Do you reckon that, like, if we went to them with that deal, that they would have accepted it? Because, like me personally, I just believe that, look, 40 million was too much for them to turn down. And, Ndombele has been brought in as the replacement. But if that deal to Newcastle wouldn't have happened, they wouldn't have been looking to do it at all, maybe?
No, and I guess the other risk is there's no obligation to buy, is it? So they could accept that now and go, yeah, we'll buy him in the summer. If they get the Champions League, they may. But if not, there's the risk that this guy's coming back, head between his legs and stuff, and away we go and back to square one. But I don't think he'll play for us again. I think he may well come back. But, all round, we all want him to do well now because, like you say, we don't want him back. But yeah, going back to that, when you look at some of these players that are available, and yes, they might be slightly older, but you've got to, you take the 30, 40, 50, 60 million that you could be paying in a transfer fee, you increase the wages, because that's why these guys are coming, aren't they? You run your contract down, you want the transfer fee as your signing on fee, but you could make such a big addition with so little negotiating, because you're now only negotiating with the player. You're not doing the club, the agent, and the player. So you would hope that over the next couple of weeks, there's going to be a few deals kind of announced in preparation. Your Dybalas, somebody like that, I think would be just unreal. But
I hope so, Phil, because
we just don't know, do we?
I mean, these players, because there's no transfer fee, they're going to request big wages. Straight away, there's up to 500,000 freed up there. So you could argue and you could say maybe like that's one or two. Definitely one, but probably two. we could stretch it to 3, knowing how good Dan Paratici cooks. You know, you could get in 3 of them. You know, so I wonder are we shaping up for that? And we'll get the rest of the panel's thoughts on that quickly as well. But Hollywood Hotspur says, I love that name. Are you sure this isn't you, Finn?
It's not me, but he's got what a great name.
Absolutely love it. Says one more player, as long as it's a creative player who can provide a progressive pass, right back, midfield, or centre back. Jack, what would you say to Hollywood Hotspur?
I feel like, yeah, it could be. He's actually made a really intelligent point here. Like, everybody's asked for a creative midfielder because that creative midfielder will do what we need in order to get more service into the strikers, get more service into the forwards. But maybe that doesn't necessarily need to come from the creative midfielder. Maybe that can come from a right wing back. Maybe we get to a degree. This is why maybe everybody likes Tarek Lamptey, is because he could be that sort of creator for us. He could be somebody that is not only a right wing back, but someone that can actually progress the ball forward with his own 2 feet, also be able to play in kind of an intelligent way with kind of the front 3 or front 2 better than Emerson ever would, be able to put, intelligent balls into the box, be able to do things that maybe a creative midfielder would do, just out on the right flank where Conte likes to use a lot of his sort of ball progression. Can make a lot of sense. So I don't know. I agree with Hollywood Hotspur. I think he's made a good point here. It's kind of like sign a creative player of sorts, but it doesn't need to be just, a right back or a midfielder or a center back, just somebody that can be that creative player, whether it be whatever position we sign. I completely agree.
Yeah, no, big up Hollywood Hotspur. Really do appreciate the support. Really does go a long way to helping us. So big yourself up. And look, maybe we'll go around to the boys quickly. But before we let them plug their channel, I want to find out, as it stands, if we don't do any more business today, and all the business we've already done, and I know where all of you guys sit on the Levy out and the Levy in, but what do you rate this window, and do you believe it's a good window, yes or no? And I suppose we'll start with Kuva.
Oh, mixed bag so far. Players going out, if they do, as we're led to believe, you've got to say that's a 10 out of 10. Get rid of all the problem players we don't want. Can't ask for more than that. As for players coming in, remains to be seen. I think for me that's a 5. I think there's question marks over them, but there's also the potential there. So I'm not angry about it or not upset about it, but I'm sort of overwhelmingly enthused either. So we'll wait and see. So I suppose overall 7.5 out of 10 so far. If we get another player in, say that right wing back we're looking for, the extra point on top could turn into a very decent window then. If we get an extra 2 players in, stellar. That would be like one of the best we've ever had.
Paratici done.
Depends who the players are, mate. If they're interesting, then we'll have to start considering it, mate. 3 out that we don't want and 4 in that we do. That'll be quite fantastic. That might be a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is a bit too ambitious, but I definitely like the thinking. That's for sure. Ben, what do you rate this window, man? And do you think it's been a good or bad window?
I mean, at this moment in time, I'm being very pessimistic about it, or pessimistic. So I'm going to call it a 6 out of 10 at the moment, in terms of we still haven't strengthened in 3 crucial positions for the system we're playing, which is a second striker, a right wing back, and another centre half. But in terms of getting these players out, you can only say it's a good window. We've cut the gangrenous leg off. It's no longer there, just hanging off on one. So, yeah, for me, 6 out of 10. We still need to strengthen in quality positions for us. But the way things are looking, we're really looking to shape up for the summer window. At this moment in time, this really looks like a really good building block for the summer when we do our full rebuild. Because at this moment in time, I don't see much Deadwood in the squad. Maybe Winks, would you count as Deadwood? But he's been playing decently.
Yeah, good point.
Conte. But for the most part, the Deadwood's gone. So all we need to do now is have a huge summer window. And that seems like a very decent thing. But at this moment in time, I still think it's a 6 out of 10. But if we finish in the top 4, it goes up to an 8, and if we sign 2 more players, it goes up to an 8. So I'm keeping it calm, but I think we cut the gangrenous leg off.
Love it. I love that. Great answer, actually, Ben. Great answer, Phil.
Well, I think nothing surprising. I think the thought of those 3 all going out of the club today it's kind of 8 out of 10 for me. So that part's good. I just think with the incomings, I'm going to give it 3 out of 10 at this point because we're not sure. But the fact that we've waited so long and it all feels so last minute is still a concern. You know, we obviously clearly now got money that we could spend today, but have we got enough time to be able to go and do something? I've heard over the weekend that we were looking potentially, is it Basuma from Brighton? So
I heard about that.
The super chat that's like a box to box. Somebody like that would be great, and the money's there. But at 5 o'clock on transfer window day, those deals aren't going to happen, and then the market gets diluted, and more people get the chance then to build up and do that. So I just think we've missed a bit of a trick. Both United and West Ham are off the pace, and we had a chance to sort of blow them out of the water. And it's like we've taken a couple of steps ahead, but we haven't blown them out of the water. So for me, it's still been a nervy, not quite good enough transfer window as yet, but with a lot of positives in there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a confusing one to break down. We'll probably be kind of making sense of it for a few days. I'll be honest, if not maybe a week. But Tottenham Tantrum Gold, everybody. The link is in the chat right there. Please head on over there, guys. Maybe whichever one want to talk about whatever shows you guys do. What can they find over at Tottenham Tantrum Gold? Cuba, maybe.
Confusion, nothing, everything.
Absolutely nothing. Move on.
We do have a show tonight, though. At 9 o'clock, we're doing a transfer show with myself, Dermot, and Mr. K, I think, is coming along. So if you want to come on, then we're going to talk about all the transfers from all the teams, not just Tottenham, and we're going to laugh at Arsenal for spending 8.5 million on Aubameyang's wages for the rest of the season. Dermot might have a few Guinnesses or a few Irish car bombs. It's going to be a laugh. Someone's going to fall off a cliff, as always.
Maybe. Otherwise, with the nostalgia channel, where we're looking at all the old games and the history of the club and remembering our legends and when times were good and we used to sign things and we didn't have to rely on dodgy transfer windows and panic buys at the end of it. We just had great players anyway. The likes of Steve Perryman and Hoddle and Gascoigne and Lineker and Jimmy Greaves and you name it, all the legends. We try and get our hands on as many matches as we can to show of those players of that ilk, and just have a good talk about them and think of the old times. It's men in the pub talking about when times were good. That's us all over.
No, I am referring to the drink, by the way, before anyone pulls me up on it. Guinness with a shot of whiskey in it. I'm referring to that, so don't pull me up on that.
But everybody, there's 500 in-house. Everybody, please do get over to Tottenham Tantrum Gold and smash that subscribe button. They're over 300. Let's see if we can get them to 400. Please do get over there and smash that subscribe button. And before we let you go, Ben, do you want to give your coffee channel a quick plug there, my man?
That'd be lovely. So yeah, you can find me on the Coffee Company. I don't know if you've got the link, guys, but I can happily send you that over quickly.
Yeah, put it in the private chat. I was looking for it there. I couldn't find it.
Oh,
I saved it on my phone, but not on the computer.
2 seconds. Oh, your channel, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you can find us on the Coffee Company, where it's basically just a 3 hour reflection time. Just get away from the stress of the day. The world is a stressful place at the moment. And if you need someone, just have a chat with someone and feel like you're away from the horrible news and everything else, you can just come by the Coffee Company and have a chat, listen to some lo-fi music and have a great day. So it's a brilliant place to go, and we'll be happy to have you. Talk some coffee as well.
Absolutely love that. But Tottenham Tantrum Gold, what I would say is probably check your subscribers. I've seen the numbers drop and come back up, so I'd say you might have got a few. But honestly, lads, shame we couldn't have Dermot here joining us. But big up, Dermot, if you're out there watching, my man. And boys, thank you very much for your time today. Really delighted you could get on. I was hoping to get you on earlier, but we were so far behind the chat. I wanted to give you a fair chat to be able to talk and give your views. So hopefully we've done that today. But boys, It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, David and
Jeff.
Jeff.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Dave.
having
Thanks,
us.
Jeff.
Good to see you, boys.
I'll see you, lads.
Thank you so much, boys.
See you, boys. And that's Tottenham Tantrum Gold, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody do get over there and please check them out. Absolutely fantastic, man. Great friends of this channel as well. And, I'm a big supporter of their channel, so please do get over there and support the guys. And we'll bring on the next guy we have waiting in the background here. And it is James from Spurs Related. James, my man, how are you keeping?
How you doing, guys? Busy day. Busy day. But how are you guys doing?
No, we're all good, my man. All good. Just give me 2 minutes, man, and we'll get straight into your thoughts. We just have Talking Ball here. New channel member, Colin.
Talking Ball. Good to see you.
Hopefully we do get to see you tomorrow on the fan show, my man. And we were doing them tonight, but honestly, me and Jack have been requested to be absolutely everywhere tonight. So, we're going to delay the fan show tomorrow so everyone can have get their thoughts straight on what they want to say for it. So, Colin, hopefully we do see you there, my man. But really appreciate it. We have a super chat here from HB Pro 84. No more signings today, according to Ali Gold. No, look, it is being reported. I think Paul O'Keefe reported earlier on as well, saying, don't expect Tottenham to do any more business unless sort of like a miracle happens. But look, I live in hope. I'm an optimist. I haven't been wrong so far this window. I still hope there might be one more. Dark Sun G says Delhi details announced from Romero since 1 minute ago, or Romano. And James, have you read that? Have you had a chance to read that one? Mark?
I've read it. Everton and Tottenham are now signing contracts for Dele Alli deal.
Yes,
Here we go, confirmed. Details: free transfer, 12 million after 20 games, and bonuses for next year's. It could reach a 35/40 million, but of course depends on Dele / team performances. So maybe
yeah. So basically, what Jack's saying that it's literally a free transfer unless the regulations are met and he plays a certain amount of games and scores a certain amount of goals, and could rise to 40 million euros, like Jack said. So I can't see that happening. Well. So they got him on a free.
They got him on a free, but if he plays super well, then we make money from it.
Exactly that. You're spot on.
Yeah. So, Delhi fanboys can continue to, ride their, kind of hope and, optimism off to Everton and, pray that, he comes off the bench, there'll be an Everton chats, Dave, the Delhi fans, saying, oh, why didn't we put Delhi on? He could have impacted the game. Hassan, or like whatever manager they have. Lampard's got to play him up top. I'm looking forward to it, actually. That'll be funny.
No, Will. Just a couple more super chats to get to, and because I do want to get through them so that we can start getting up other people's comments as well. That'd be awesome, because we do only have about another 40-50 minutes left. So Neil Shafton says everything got Delhi for his fashion line and his hair coloring products. Honestly, it probably wouldn't surprise me. I'd say he'd probably be going out with blue and white in his hair now. You know what I mean? But I'll be honest with you, if Big Dunk stays there, I don't think Dele Alli will get away with what he's been doing at Tottenham Hotspur. For sure, he definitely won't be. But look, I'm just delighted to see the guy gone. Look, I agree. You can do your things outside of football, but what you can't do is be on social media. And actually, it was the right picture to put up beside him, a rodent, because that's what he is. But you can't be on social media during us getting slapped by Chelsea. It's not on. He didn't want to be here anymore. We had no use for him anymore. Wash our hands with him and let him go and be a fashion model and a hair icon for the people up at Everton. They probably need it, to be fair. I mean, look at the state of the ground. So, Dele Alli's probably the most fashionable thing that's been up there in a while. But big up there.
Hopefully the internet's better, in Merseyside for Fortnite streaming, Dave. That's all I can hope for him. Hopefully also the hairdresser can make that move up there as well. Hopefully the hairdresser can make that.
Well, not just that, Jack, but hopefully he's got more people to collab with on TikTok so he can start doing more of his TikTok shows. That would be brilliant for him as well.
Yeah. You gotta love it. Adrian Chaya says, big up, guys. What happens if Kane gets injured? We can't keep kicking the bucket down the road and not sign another striker.
It's true,
look,
but
we have Bergwijn. We have Stevie B. That's what Conte said as he sees as Kane's backup. He's not going to Ajax today. There's no way that deal is even happening close to deadline day. I actually think, I think we'll be all right until the end of the season. I get people's frustration, but look, there was no way we were going out and paying for a Vlahovic this window. You look at some of the strikers we were linked with. a lot of them were underwhelming. Like that it was an 18-year-old Alli or whatever you want to call him. I mean, honestly, never heard of him until we got linked with him. We haven't been linked with many great strikers. And in the January transfer window, it's very hard to go and get a striker that can come in. Because, look, it's all well and good saying, we signed a striker, with backup to Kane. But we've done that with Vinicius. But is it good enough backup to Kane? No. And if it's not, I would rather hold out than just have another player on the wage bill, because it's kind of defeating the purpose of getting the players that we got off the wage bill today. But I do share your frustrations, though, Adrian. I really do. I mean, but like I said, if it's not going to be a proper backup, then I would rather keep Stevie B as the backup until the summer. But big up, Adrian. Richard Blackdog, my man, he says, beg Gov for cash during the lockdown. He begged the government for cash during the lockdown. No cash for January. Barcelona borrow money to pay off existing loan. Deadline isn't, DL isn't as silly. Daniel Levy isn't as silly. Selling first before bringing in very hard in January. Respect on Paratici's name. And look, me and Jack have more or less already given our thoughts on Paratici. He is well and truly cooking, And look, it's what I predicted, to be fair, and I'm going to keep winding people up with that about Paratici cooking. I can't wait to put his face on Gordon Ramsay later on. That's going to be class. But, James, yourself, my man, what's your thoughts here on what Richard Blackdog has said?
Yeah, I mean, he's spot on. Why are Barcelona able to just borrow money and get the funds and we're not? It's a very good point. I mean, Barcelona are crippling compared to us. What I was going to say was why have we left every single bit of business till the last 2 days? For me, you say about Paratici cooking, I would have rather him been cooking from the 1st of January because it's not really a surprise when the January transfer window does come through. So that's my first question to the board and the ownership. The second question would be sort of, although we've signed 2 players, there's a bit of hype now, the Levy out, Enoch out, maybe he's died down a bit. We've got to remember these are fringe Juventus players. Not that I'm not excited, but I will give you my out of 10 in a bit. But I feel like we're still sort of settling for whatever's left at the end of the window, whatever's available. Maybe Juventus shifting players to get Zakaria in from Mönchengladbach and Vlahovic in from Fiorentina. It feels like we're sucking up what they don't want. And I really hope these 2 players really turn out to be great. But also, we've got to remember we've also got rid of 3 players today. So we've got rid of 3 players and we've got in 2. So our very thin squad is now become even thinner. I don't quite understand that. So, yeah, it's got to be some questions at the board. So Paratici may be cooking, mate, but he's cooking some Tesco value stuff, in my opinion.
Do you know... I ask you this question. Would you have preferred Adama and Diaz compared to Kulusevski and Bentancur?
Sorry, repeat that again. Sorry, you lagged on my side, mate.
Oh, sorry, lad. Daniel Levy must be cutting the internet. He doesn't want me to speak. Would you have rathered a Diaz and Traore window over Kulusevski and Bentancur?
Yes, 100%. Luis Diaz is going to go on to be an absolute baller at Liverpool. I'm calling it now. As you know, Joe is the co-host on Spurs Late. He's a massive Liverpool fan. I said to him Salah was going to be amazing when people weren't sure on him from Roma. He was obviously look at him now. Jota I said was going to be a really great signing, and they got him really cheap. Absolute baller. I think Luis Diaz is very much a Liverpool player. He suits their style more. Does he suit Spurs' style? I think he'd definitely improve us, but I think he's also better than Kulusevski. So yes, I would say I would have preferred those 2 over the 2 we got in.
Interesting. But James, are these players really as bad as we say they are? I know a lot of people saying they're Juve bench warmers, but only this season they've been Juve bench warmers. Up until this season, they haven't been. They've played. They've won trophies at Juventus, and people would say, well, what has Diaz won? What has Adama Traore won? These guys have actually won things, and I know a lot of people are saying we could have acted earlier, and I agree. I mean, if our business model wasn't the way it was, we could have acted earlier. But these players wouldn't have been available at the start of the window.
Yeah, you're spot on. I remember Kulusevski even playing with Ronaldo at Juventus at one point. So,
and Ronaldo has a lot of great words to say about this kid.
Yeah, exactly. So taking the positives, I think Kulusevski was really performing well at Juventus with Ronaldo. He's coming with Harry Kane now, so that's an upgrade. I'm joking. But in all seriousness, that the guy has obviously got talent. Like, you know, he's not a Juventus for any reason. There's a lot of players that do rate this guy, a lot of managers that rate this guy. Conte obviously sees something good in him. And Bentancur, he's played for Uruguay several, you know, probably tens and tens of times. You guys probably have the stats up. He's a decent player. He almost reminds me a bit of a Skip and Højbjerg combined. Where's he going to fit in? I'm not too sure who gets dropped. So there's a lot of questions to ask, and I'm excited to see how it pans out. But I'm just praying that these two guys improve us, because at times there is certain players in our team, not mentioning names for now, but they just disappoint us week in, week out, and they might have one good game and then they go back to being just horrendous the next game. So hopefully these two guys improve us. But like I said before, I'm surprised we haven't signed more. I really am.
Interesting. Jack, anything you want to grill Jamesy about on?
You know, I would feel like I see your answer with how maybe Luis Diaz and Adama Traore could probably, if those could be pulled off, like, let's say, you know, I guess at the end of the day, there were two clubs that came in that just gave better offers. And they were two clubs that both of those players at the end of the day wanted to go to more than Spurs. So I think that's just a harsh reality kind of check that we just have to kind of take on those sort of transfers. But let's say, just for argument's sake, we could have had those two versus these two. Do you feel like, James, that maybe with Kulusevski and Bentancur, they kind of are more players that actually we could end up using, like players that, like Conte, you could actually see ending up using? Because I know, you know, maybe with the Adama Traore, we were kind of thinking, will he actually transfer him to a right wing back? Is that even possible? Luis Diaz, you would probably say, like, yeah, he plays left wing. Does he really play as a second striker? Can he play right wing? You know, and so when you think about it, the two players that we did get through the door, you could actually see in maybe a week's time, 2 weeks' time, actually in the starting 11, because they're players that are in positions that need to be filled.
I think to what you're saying there is, I think these two may be more versatile than, say, an Adama Traore.
To Conte, players that Conte actually needs at the end of the day.
Yeah, sure. I think, like you said, Kulusevski, he can play right wing as a second striker, could support Kane. Adama Traore, like you were saying, would he be a right wing back? I think it was a roll of a dice. I think it was a gamble. He could have been very, very poor there, but he also could have been amazing. And the thing is, we know this board doesn't take risks, so I feel like that was obviously one of the reasons we didn't stoop up the bid on that one. But yeah, I like I said, I just still feel like we should have signed more. I know there's a couple of people in chat not agreeing with me, but there's honestly, if you're looking at Spurs squad and you're telling me who's coming off the bench, we were genuinely looking at Brian Hill at the start of the season coming off the bench. He's now gone on loan to Valencia. That tells you everything that you need to know about our squad depth. The players that were in priority on the bench are now being loaned out. That says to you this squad was not strong enough. And I would argue we needed to sign 4 or maybe even 5 players if we're getting rid of 3, because we have to improve the squad. We have to. Yes, I know it's about quality as well. I know maybe even if you get 3 out and 3 in, you're balancing the sheets, but we were struggling off the bench. It's not just that starting lineup for me. We have to improve the squad in numbers as well. And I know people say it's quality over quantity, but if you're going down to, say, a game where you need to bring on 3 subs and you're looking, scratching your head, bringing on Matt Doherty, that's going to bring us absolutely fuck all. So you have to consider the options, and we have to really strengthen the squad in the summer.
Do you know what? I disagree with you on James.
Go on. No,
and the reason why is you can look at the numbers and on paper, when you write down the 2 numbers, yes, we have less players than what we did before. But if you write down the squad minus Dele Alli, minus Lo Celso, and minus Ndombele, you're still looking at an improved squad today, a squad with bigger numbers, because Ndombele, Dele Alli, and Lo Celso didn't care about Tottenham. They didn't play. And none of them were on the bench against Chelsea the last day. Kulusevski is probably a replacement for Gil on the bench. But when you look at the bench, do you have more faith in Kulusevski than what you do in Gil? You probably look at it and you say, yes. Now, look, I don't get the Gil one. I do get the Gil one, because you don't want to stagnate such a talent. You want to get him out there to play football. Ideally, we would have liked to have him on the bench. But when you look at Bentancur, we've come in and we've got an extra midfielder who is providing competition, you know, that we didn't have, that Lo Celso, Ndombele and Dele Alli were not offering. So I'd actually argue that we probably have strengthened. Yes, we may not have as much numbers in as we would have liked. Obviously, like, I want to do more, you want to do more. But I disagree with the fact that we haven't strengthened the squad purely because we got rid of players who did not offer anything to the team. It was getting to the point where they weren't even being named on the bench. And I've always said this, rather than have them guys around or have them on the bench just to fill a seat, but never actually with any intention of coming on, I'd rather give that to a youngster who deserves it. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, that's where we're at Tottenham Hotspur right now.
Yeah.
That is where we're at as a club. But I do get it. I would have liked more. I don't know whether it's going to happen, but I do think we have strengthened in rather than weakened. You look at the sole numbers, yes, we've got less now than what we did before. But if you actually look deeper into it and you take away the players that have offered nothing, I believe we have actually strengthened.
But Dave, the only thing I would say, even if you do think we strengthened slightly or a lot, you've got to ask the question, if we've got Ndombele off the wage bill, if we've got Dele or Alli off the wage bill, and Brian Hill, probably not a massive wage bill, but just certainly those two and the Celso, we've got those three off the wage bill, right? And we've got Kulusevski and Bentancur coming in. Surely the wage bill is now, the budget is now bigger. So why have we not gone and spent that to secure top four, to then be able to attract more players in the summer, to then be able to push on as a club and go back to where we were in 2018-19? So
this is kind of,
I agree, but
this connects to what we were saying earlier. We're starting to think of it as, we were thinking, has Daniel Levy changed, Dave? And I think we said no, because we're saying it's actually more of a smarter Levy window. It's still a Levy window, but it's actually a bit more clever this time when you think about it, because he's gotten rid of 3 huge deadwood pieces that were just toxic to the club, toxic to the unity, toxic to everything in us trying to achieve something with Conte. But he's also brought in 2 players that will be useful to Antonio Conte at the end of the day. They will be useful to him. And so you do kind of think about it. It's like, he still could do a whole lot more this window, and Levy should do a whole lot more. But the way you do kind of look at it, it's like, it's still a Levy window where you're like, it could be a whole lot better. But you're kind of thinking of all the Levy windows of past, especially of January. This one seems like a smarter one, you might say. Like, actually, we've dealt with it maybe a bit smarter than we usually do. Which I would say, compared to the Hitchin days, I think the Hitchin days, we would have brought in one player and we would have renewed Dele's contract. Tanguy would have stayed, and Gio would have gone out on some loan that he would have ended up coming back for.
And as well, I just want to add, like, James, I hear you, and I agree with you. I mean, why couldn't we push the ball out further? We also have to realize we're in a January transfer window. Not every single club is going to want to sell their players unless they have players lined up. And the club, it's a domino effect, this window. It is a hard window to do business. And we've all sat here, and the reason why we've been in this situation and why we got to the situation we got to where we had to clear out so many is purely because we were buying quantity over quality. We've seen that in past transfer windows. This time round, we're getting quality over quantity. And I think it will pay off. I think it's a very smart window. I think we're giving ourselves the best chance to be able to go for players that are on free contracts, which us fans want them to do. And look, I do agree with you. I would like us to push out the boat, but I mean, if the right player is not available, why panic? Why bring in a player? We've done it before. I mean, we've spent money in them. We've brought in like Gelson Fernandes on loan and Vinicius on loan, where we've been panicking. This window, we are not panicking. Look, the Adama Traore one I get, but once Barcelona came in, he was never going to pick Tottenham Hotspur. Luis Diaz, I actually genuinely believe his agents used us to get Liverpool to pull the trigger and get him. And once Liverpool came in, he was never going to come to us. And that's purely because of the situation. A lot of quantity over quality has probably got us to. So for me, I do get what you're saying, but I do think we have strengthened. And look, maybe in the summer I could be sitting here going absolutely nuts again, because we haven't pushed the boat, but we've put ourselves in the best possible position to be able to this summer. Sorry, Jack, you got breaking news?
No, Dave, absolute mic drop. I completely agree. But Fabrizio Romano has just said, it's over for Steven Bergwijn to Ajax. Deal's not going to happen, as Tottenham want 25 million euros and Antonio Conte prefers to keep the player. Ajax are not going to complete the agreement with Spurs today, as per Mike, some Dutch last name. So Steven Bergwijn, everybody, officially not leaving this window.
That's your backup to Big H.
And also 5 minutes ago, Tottenham
2 backups
tweeted
to Big H, as well as Sonny, like we were saying earlier. 3 backups technically for Big H if you need 3 different backups that he can experiment with. Sorry, James, go on.
I was just going to say 5 minutes ago, Tottenham confirmed that Brian Hill's gone to Valencia on loan for the end of the season, so that's confirmed as well.
Yeah.
So look, has the Lo Celso one been 100% confirmed? Have Villarreal got anyone off the books yet? No,
it's not confirmed.
That would be a late one, I reckon. That could go down to the wire. But James, anything else you want to say back to me and Jack on what we were saying there before we get into some of these super chats?
You know what? It's interesting points, and I think the key points you're making is sort of quality over quantity. And I think Dark G Sungs puts a super chat in that kind of backs what you're saying there. But I completely understand what you're saying. But for me, I feel like there's 99% of our fans come the summer. If we finish, say, 5th or 6th, right? Yeah. I know exactly what's going to happen. I'm calling it now. Right. People are going to go, Levy, Enoch, why didn't you invest in the team? We could have got top 4. We could have clicked on as a club. And I'm just preempting that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we signed 1 or 2 more players, that could be the difference between 5th and 4th. And the difference between 5th and 4th is a lot of money. It's a lot of financial impact. It's obviously more of a buzz around this club, being a Champions League club rather than the pony Europa League, let's be honest. Yeah. So, yeah, it'd be great to get back into Europa League. I can't believe I'm saying that over the Conference League, right? But realistically, we should be aiming for top 4. That's what all our fans want. We're not going to win, obviously, the League Cup now. We're still in the FA Cup. We've got the Premier League. We're not going to win the Premier League, obviously. So top 4 is the main priority right now. So I just don't understand why you wouldn't just invest a little bit more, especially as we've got that wage budget now. That's what annoys me, because we will be talking about this come the summer, 110%, not even the summer, in May, right? Yeah. We will be saying, why, Levy, didn't you sign 1 more player? Why didn't you get Morata over the line to back up Kane? Or why didn't you get a centre-back in to cover Sanchez and Dyer, who've been diabolic? I'm calling it now. That's the only reason I've been saying about that. But I do see your points as well, so I kind of meet halfway.
I think you're spot on, James. I think you're spot on. I think maybe what I've been saying, I think David's been saying a version of it as well, is like, I think it's a better window than what we're used to, but it's still a window with its Levy characteristics. With its Levy tendencies. We still have seen Levy written all over this window. We've seen all the same old kind of sort of things with Levy for this sort of window, and we still see the same problems that haven't been addressed. At the same time, if I was at the beginning of this window picturing what we were going to do, it was not going to be this good. I was picturing a much worse sort of image, but maybe that just has to do with the sort of trauma that we've all kind of induced under Levy, where my expectations probably are really low, but they actually were exceeded this time.
Yeah, exactly. At least we're not seeing on our phones at 11 p.m. we've signed Musa Sissoko, like we did one year, and we're all like, why on earth are we signing him from Newcastle? He had like 3 good months, and the rest of the time he's running around the pitch like a headless donkey. So yeah, at least we didn't have that, but we might be looking back and Bentancur is actually a flop. Touchwood, he's not. Like, I'm not being negative. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm just saying all the options that could happen, and I'm just preempting what the fans are going to say in May.
No, 100%. And look, look. History probably shows that you'll probably be more proven right than what we will. But I do think we've had a good window. And the reason why we didn't act earlier is because you've probably been drip-fed the same information as me, my man, is that we were never going to buy anybody until we got players off the books. And until we were close to getting the players off the books, like we only announced Bentancur and Kulusevski after we got Alli off the books, after we got Ndombele off the books. We all knew they were coming. They were lined up to come in, but we couldn't do anything until we could get these players gone. And so our business model, which I don't agree with, by the way, also prohibited us from acting earlier in the market. And that's why you're seeing so much done today. And the 2 players announced after Ndombele went, after Alli went. And it was always the way the club were going to do the business. And if they opted the other way, we probably would have spent more money and probably would have been able to get more deals in this January. But because the way we operate, that is why you'd probably only see Kulusevski and Bentancur.
Yeah, you're right. And also, exactly further in your point there, if Ndombele actually went to PSG 3 or 4 days ago, like was meant to happen, and then it fell through, we might be getting 1 more player in, but unfortunately, we've sold him on deadline day, as Spurs do. Sorry, he's not signed him. Got rid of him on deadline day, along with 3 other players. And it's too late to even inquire about anyone now. I mean, Daniel Levy and Enoch are probably kissing each other in the Bahamas now. So,
Lo Celso to Villarreal is a done deal, loan until the end of the season with an option to buy. So that's goodbye, Gio Lo Celso. Now that he is off, I reckon, watch the rumours ramp up. You know, there'll be a few late ones. I'm holding on to it. There'll be a few late ones. But look, we'll get some of these super chats in. Jordan Stevens, my man Jordan, I hope you're keeping well. He says, while this board give us plenty of reason to be negative, and rightly so, we probably have the best man at the helm in Conte, still have a reason to be positive. James, what
Love
you say to that?
Absolutely love that, Jordan. Absolutely love that. I mean, at the end of the day, we still have Conte.
Yes,
I'm still, we're thankful every day we rise out of bed knowing Antonio Conte is still at the helm. And now we're probably being a bit less skeptical of Paratici, maybe at the end of this. I think there were a lot of valid sort of criticisms and skepticisms towards him. But maybe towards the end of this window, we're kind of thinking maybe Paratici and Conte, we're starting to see, maybe that kind of connection there. We're starting to see them cook a little bit more. Lots of things to be positive about. I completely agree. Yes, the board gives us plenty also to be negative about, and there's plenty of reasons to still want more. But at the same time, we're seeing a bit better than what we're used to. We're seeing a bit better than what we're used to.
Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to spin it now. Sorry to spin on your own show.
No, spin it.
But let's be honest, right? I'm trying not to be pessimistic because I'm not really like that. But Bentancur coming in, Kulusevski, okay, great. We got 2 signings in. We weren't expecting any, okay? But say we go and play Chelsea again now, for example. Do you think we'll give them a better game with those 2 players?
Yep.
Bentancur, yes. I think Bentancur would help us spectacularly.
Who do you drop in the midfield for Bentancur? Do you drop Skip or do you drop Højbjerg?
I don't think. I mean, it's what's a 3-4-3. I think you do.
You drop Skip.
I think you drop Skip. But you could do Skip. That's the thing. It's actually these are the things that we spoke about before, James. These are better headaches for Conte to deal with.
Yes.
These are better headaches. Like for him to pick between 2 good players for those sort of positions instead of thinking about who do I pick with between Doherty and Emerson? Who do I pick with between Ben Davies and it's some of the things he's had to do. So, or like who should my middle center back be between Ben Davies, Sanchez, and Joe Rodon? It's like Jesus, like I would hate to be in that sort of position. And
that's the whole
this is
reason
a better headache for him now. This is a better headache for him. So yes, the answer would be yes.
Yeah, and just like what Jack was saying, it's the reason why you get in players to create these headaches, to create competition. I mean, for me, I think Bentancur probably comes in ahead of Skip. But if you're going to play the 3 in midfield, he automatically starts in there with Skip and Højbjerg. He comes in for Harry Winks. Kulusevski, I mean, we don't know how long it's going to take Son to recover from the injury. Is he going to be back directly after the international break? We don't know. So he could already come straight in. But Lucas Moura hasn't been great the last couple of games. Look, he's had a good season, but he hasn't been great the last couple of games. Could Kulusevski come straight in there and play? I mean, and if not, you have a guy that's coming off the bench that is hungry and desperate to make an impact. So, for me, I definitely think it's a win-win. I really do. I think we've done very well.
I was going to say, Dave, on the Lucas point and the wingers and attackers, I think the key point is that it gives more competition. Some of these players are so laid back that they know they're going to start most games. Other than obviously Bergwijn coming in and causing a bit of a stir in the last few games because of what happened. It's always been Lucas, Kane, and Son. Now we've got Kulusevski. It adds another option. It adds competition for places. And now the players have to fight to keep their place. Whereas before they were just like, I'm going to start every game. So that's why Lucas goes hot and cold as well, I think, because he knows he hasn't got competition.
Yeah, spot on. And that's the thing. You might even see a more consistent Lucas Moura in the long run. Yeah. Dark Sun G says, James, last time we went for 6 transfers, only 1 survived last summer. From the window, Doherty, Rodon, Bale, Reggie, Hart, and Issues. And Doherty and Rodon are the ones. Well, Reggie's still here, so I'd rather have 2 or 3 usable players rather than a ton of players.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. It goes back to the quality over quantity, doesn't it? But 2 players in. The point I was making: 2 players in and 4 out. Right, that is correct, isn't it? Technically, we're 2 down, and obviously we've gone over this. So I'm not going to go over it too much, but it is a very good point. We don't want to be in a situation where we're getting laughed at for spending 100 million on 6 Deadwood and maybe 1 brilliant one in Ericsson. But also at the same time, you know, these two could be absolutely brilliant first team starters every game, and we've had a successful window. So I know you're going to ask me out of 10 in a bit because you've done it in your other guests. But like, for example, we could be looking in May and saying this was a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, or we could be going 3 out of 10. Why did Levy not back? So it's a difficult one. It depends which way you look at it, really.
No, look, 100%. You know, but that's further down the line. You're kicking the can down the line, man. You can't do that. In terms of now,
down the line.
In terms of now, I do think it's a good window. I think we've put ourselves in a good position going forward as a club to be able to act in the market, in the free market, and act in the summer early rather than having to wait to shift players off the bill. But we've also brought in a couple of players, in my opinion, that definitely add to the team. So I definitely. Look, I see the positives, but I do understand. Where you're coming from, James, and not just you. I mean, so many others today. I do really understand it.
Yeah, I've got a bit pessimistic today, lads. I don't know what's going on. I think it's just because I finished work, and I'm just like, maybe I'll be a bit more happy tonight.
You seem
strategy will serve you something nice, make your heart feel a bit better. Serve you something nice, maybe an extra signing at right wing back. You'll be going to bed nice and full, nice and warm.
Yeah, exactly that, mate.
Carmelo Bjorg, DJ Mello B. Absolutely love that name. That's a mouthful, that's for sure. That's what my missus says sometimes to me as well. To finish this window, we would need to get Aarons, Dybala and Isaac. I mean, boys, take it away there.
I mean, all I'd say was Dybala and Isaac. Can you imagine how much that would cost? I know Dybala's coming to the end of his contract. Isaac's obviously, I think, what's his buyout clause, Jack? You probably know better than me. I thought it was
Isaac's
60, 70 million, maybe.
I bet it's a lot, especially since it's Real Sociedad, with that whole kind of Basque, kind of youth, kind of system there. They're not like they're a team that really buy a lot of players, those sort of teams, kind of like Athletic Bilbao, Real Sociedad. They don't really buy a lot of players. They, it's almost entirely just their own recruitment. So the players that they do sell on, they sell on for a lot of money because those players are very important to them. So I would reckon, like James Watson said in the comments there, I would reckon nearly 100 million.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if it's not 70, it's near 100, 110%.
Because those players are really important to them at the end of the day, and they can't really replace them because that sort of money for them doesn't really go towards a transfer. They don't like just bring in Coutinho all of a sudden. They have to bring in somebody that the fans approve of, that like connects to the club's history and all that sort of stuff. So it's very complicated when it comes to Sociedad. Dybala would still be ridiculous wages. Talk about the 500,000 that we just got rid of in terms of wages a week. But Aaron's,
he'd take half of that, wouldn't he?
I think everybody wants Lamptey over Aaron's, but I think still getting Aaron's would still be a spectacular signing. I think it still would be a great signing.
Do you think Aaron's would be gettable between now and deadline?
No.
Nah.
No? Interesting. Be interesting to see if we tested the waters.
Considering, I think, because Dean Smith has just been brought in there. Dean Smith, I think, has just been brought in there to make them swim, and potentially, make them get above the sort of the relegation battle. I think they have a chance now with Dean Smith there. So I think getting rid of Aaron's last minute would be bad for them. That would be bad for them. They'd rather just get rid of him in the summer.
Yeah.
If they get relegated.
James, another question I want to throw at you, my man, is in terms of top four, in terms of our rivals, that's going for it? Because I hear people that have come at me on Twitter. Well, not come at me, I enjoy it, but I've been saying to me, are they really as good as we say they are? Would they get into any other top four team? I mean, but of course they're not going to get into Liverpool, City and Chelsea's team, but we're not competing with them. But in terms of the people we are competing with, United, Arsenal, which I don't even think we'll end up competing with them, West Ham, clubs like that. Have we had a better window than them? And have we, as a club, put ourselves in a better position to be able to get top four this window than what our rivals chasing top four has?
Do you know what? You said about Arsenal, Man United, all those clubs. I'm honestly putting Villa back in the mix now. Their window has been unbelievable. Coutinho coming in, Luca Digne, unbelievable signing. And didn't they sign Callum Chambers as well? So they've obviously had a really good window. Arsenal obviously haven't done pretty much anything, have they? So if you compare us to them, yes, we've had a great window, a fantastic window. Man United, well, they've got all sorts of problems now because what's happened off the pitch, which is an absolute disgrace. But without going on to that one, they haven't really got anyone in, have they? So yeah, if you compare it, we have got the advantage. We have boosted our team. We boosted our squad. We got rid of the players that didn't want to be there. I mean, I've been at the Tottenham Stadium where I've seen Dele Alli and Ndombele and Celso warming up together because they're on the bench and they're like laughing around, walking, not even doing high knees properly. So yeah, good riddance. They're all gone. It's fantastic. I want players that want to play for the club, and Kulusevski and Bentancur are going to come in with some fresh blood. They're going to want to play for that manager, Conte. They come from the Serie A. What a bet! What other league would you want players to be thriving under for Conte? He knows that league inside out. So I think it is a good window compared to the other teams. I really do.
No, spot on. And do you think we've done enough to get top 4?
Do you know what? I'm feeling more positive about it now than, say, 2 days ago. But I still do think we might regret 1 or 2 players off. But you look at it now, right? He's had a squad that, 4 or 5 players didn't want to be there. Okay, we've got rid of most of them. We're 2 points off top 4 with 2 games in hand over Man United. Let's be positive. We got 2 players in that will want to play for the coach, will want to play for the team, will want to impress the fans straight away. And obviously, Kulusevski, 21 years of age. What a exciting player he could end up being. Ronaldo rates him, like you said, Dave. So these 2 players really could kick us on now. I'm saying we're going to scrape it if we do get top 4. But if you want my honest prediction, yeah, go on. We'll say 4th. I feel like I've been too pessimistic.
I absolutely love it. And look, James, we'll be ending off now. But before we do, my man, I want to give you a chance to plug your channel. But, before you plug your channel, what would you rate this window out of 10?
It's a good question. See, I was thinking a 6 at the start of the day, but because we got rid of Dele Alli and Ndombele and Celso now, and that is wages freed potentially for the next window, which he should be. So with it in mind that I know Levy will back us in the summer, he won't. But if he does, I'm going with a 7 out of 10. I think it would have been a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 if we got those 1 or 2 more players in. I just think we needed a centre back, and I think we're going to come to realise that in the coming months. Like, say Romero, gets another injury, touch wood, it doesn't happen. We know Sanchez, GPS, he can make an absolute howler. We know Dyer can do it. Rodon's not favoured, and Tanganga, don't know what's going on with him. So I just feel like we needed that extra centre back, that extra experienced centre back, almost like the world class level that Romero's on. But yeah, so I'm giving it a 7 out of 10.
Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Nigel Gates says Paratici fail. Gill out on loan already and to Spain doesn't help him. Galini is going. Cameron Carter Vickers deal to Celtic didn't even get the paperwork done.
It's a good point. I was just going to say that's a very good point, because although everyone's hyped about Paratici, I know you are, Dave. He's cooking now, signing those 2 players. Absolutely get that. But Nigel's making a really good point here. Why are we got Brian Hill in? I mean, obviously, mainly for the future. I understand that. He's got a lot of potential. But at the same time, I can't remember what channel it was on the other day, but it was a very good point that was made by Brian Daigle, and he said, why isn't Brian Hill going out on loan to an English club, maybe even a top championship level, because he needs beefing up. Yeah. Like, you look at Ollie Skip, he went to Norwich on loan in the Championship. Everyone was like absolutely raving about his passes he was making. He looked bulked up, like he turned from boy to man. It was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable when he came back into a Spurs shirt, and he's been pretty solid this season. I'm just not sure Brian Hill going to Valencia quite makes sense, because he's going to go back in the Spanish league, where you can be a bit, a bit light on your feet. You can go down a bit more easily. So maybe Brian Hill, I do agree with it. Why are we not? Because let's not forget, 2-3 months ago, he was the first option off the bench. So why are we not keeping him to, come off the bench? He has looked good off the bench at times, but at times fans have been moaning, he's not quite up to it. So I would have put him on loan. I don't have the problem with that, but I'm just not sure about Valencia.
Interesting. Well, there you are, Nigel Gates. That's your answer. Let me know whether you agree with James Bay or not. But look, James, before we do let you go, my man, where can people find you?
Yeah, guys, it's always an absolute pleasure before I do the whole plug-in thing and the self-shame thing. But no, it's an absolute pleasure to come in here all the time. Guys, it's always a good laugh. We have great debates. We have a bit of a laugh always. So, yeah, appreciate you guys inviting me on. Yeah, we're going to be live on, the channel is Spurs related. A lot of you probably know us from social media, obviously, mainly Instagram. We're going to be live tonight at 8:30 till the very end. I know Dave's going to make a little appearance. Jack, if you're free, you're welcome to join us as well. So yeah, we're just going to be reviewing the transfers, guys, and maybe even looking forward to the summer and the potential options there. But yeah, guys, get over to Spurs related. We smashed over about 150 subs this week. We're over 500 now. It's been a crazy week. We've been going live every single night. So yeah, guys, come and join us. We'd really appreciate that. And we always pull up all the comments so we get the discussions going.
No, absolutely love that. And guys, do check it out. I love making my appearances on there. We always have good crack, a good laugh, and it's an absolute brilliant channel. And I say one of the most underrated ones out there. Their social media is absolutely top dollar. It's where I'd love to get to one day with that. But in terms of the YouTube channel, very, very much underrated. So please do get over there and smash that subscribe button. Jack, where can people find you, my man?
Listen, Dave, they can find me over on the second channel. Just did, I think,
over 800 subs, Jacko.
Yeah, over 800. We're absolutely flying at this moment in time. But I would say I just did a video on Rodrigo Bentancur that did very well. Kind of just explained who he is, what he can bring to Spurs. I compared his stats over to Alli Skip's stats from this season. Kind of showed you what he could do differently, what he does similarly. Maybe also as well, for Skip lovers, what Skip does better than this guy. Kind of just broke down the whole transfer in general. I kind of broke down Amrabat, but it seems like that's not happening. I do have a Dejan Kulusevski video from way back when we were interested in the guy that you should check out as well. I'm going to do an update on that. Dave and I are going to be doing some highlight reactions, I think, on some of these players that we've signed. And as well, I will be doing a big kind of transfer stream with Darius, kind of discussing who are the winners and losers of this sort of window, and also just discussing kind of some other things as well. Come kind of the whole summary of the transfer window. I'll be doing some more kind of live streams with people as well. So check on the second channel, flatcapeurotalk, please.
No, everybody do get over there and check that out. Absolutely brilliant. It's great to see the subscribers jump so much in a day or two. You gotta love it. So please do get over there.
11 time a year, the transfer window. It's 11 time a year.
Yeah. It was a brilliant video on Bentancur as well, guys. I gotta say, just to jump in there, it was a full analysis, 8-9 minutes. It was brilliant. I watched it the other night. It's quality.
No, so please, everybody, do get over there, check it out, smash that subscribe button, and let's see if we can get it to 900k. I tell you what, let's do a deal. Watch the Bentancur video. If you think it's good, then smash the subscribe button. But get over there and watch it.
And if you don't think it's good, smash the subscribe button anyway. You
gotta love it. And then Zoe, she says, absolute legends. Fingers crossed for another incoming. Paratici is definitely good at getting players out. Painful building continues. Come on, you Spurs. 100%. It is painful. Look, I'll just quickly summarize it. I do think we've done a good window, especially getting a lot of the deadwood out. It gives us room to act fast in the next window and, act on all these free transfers. A couple of players in the door to help. Really do. I really do think that they'll definitely add some quality. But Zoe, thank you. I really do appreciate the support. And look, I wouldn't hold out hope. Hopefully we do. Hopefully we can get one more in. But I'll be honest with you, it looks like the lights are out at Tottenham Hotspur and everyone's gone home. I mean, there's no links to any players. We haven't inquired about anybody. So I think, look, the only other deal you might see happening from Tottenham is Harvey White getting a loan move out. I'll be very surprised to see any incomings.
Just want to say massive shout out to Zoe, though, a huge goat of the Harris Army, Dave. She's here for all the shows, always responding on Twitter, I believe, as well. So absolute legend Zoe is, and really do appreciate the support.
Yeah, 100%. Big up, Zoe. And there's a couple of people asking what James's channel is. It's Spurs related, guys. Spurs related on YouTube. Check it out. We did put the link in the chat, so just click on it and get over there. But look, just to round it up, Celso has joined Villarreal on a loan deal to the end of the season with an option to buy. Ndombele has gone on loan to Lyon till the end of the season with an option to buy for 65 million. Alli has completed his medical, he's in there. in the process of completing his medical at Everton. We expect that one to be announced very shortly. It's supposed to be a free signing with 10 million after 20 appearances. Brian Hill has joined Valencia on loan. Juve have announced that Bentancur and Kulusevski have both joined Tottenham. The club have announced that as well. So that's everything this transfer window up to date. I reckon, Harvey White would probably be the only other one you might see coming out of Tottenham. I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be holding your hopes on us getting a player. If it is, you might see a link, some random link the last hour like usually happens. And then by then it's too late for us to get something. But I would say go and enjoy your evening. I wouldn't say there's any more to come. I want to say a massive thank you to all the guests who have contributed today. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody in the chat who has been with us today. Absolutely incredible numbers all day long. So really do appreciate that support. It's unbelievable. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who has smashed that like button, who has smashed that subscribe button. And I want to say a thank you to everybody who helped support this channel with the super chats. You've no idea how much it really does help me and Jack keep doing what we're doing. It's absolutely vital. So a massive, massive thank you. Everybody, make sure you smash the like on the stream, smash the subscribe on this channel, on Spurs Related and flatcapeurotalk and Tottenham Tantrum Goal and Spurs Talk Show, who've also helped out with the show today. As always, get your comments in underneath the video. In Conte we trust. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Paratici's cooking.